Good morning, everybody. Today is the October 27th, 2015 Board of County Commissioners work session. We're meeting at the Gant meeting room called the Molly Campbell Conference Center, and we have lots of county staff people here. Good morning, everybody, and thank you all in advance for all the hard work you have done with the budget, because I know you work on it starting months ago, and then we just get it very recently. So, John, are you going to lead off here with an opening on our budget?
Sure, thank you, Steve. We've got a full day planned for you today. As we'll talk about in a few more slides, we organize our budget presentations by the core focus areas of the county's strategic plan rather than just rolling through departments. And our discussion today around flourishing natural and built environment probably has some of the larger themes or changes that we're recommending in the 2016 budget and 5-year plan. So we're going to be spending, we hope, a good chunk of the morning, if not the first 2 hours, really going through our capital plan and reaching some decision points there. And then we'll move on to the operating budget. In terms of what's covered, I'm going to turn it over to Connie Garofalo.
So as John said, we'll focus on capital this morning, and then in the afternoon we will be presenting the budgets for open space, solid waste center, community development, and transit sales and use tax. And together these departments that you'll see coming up on a slide in a minute make up the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area of the strategic plan. We have a number of different people from these funds and departments here to speak to you today, so we'll be shifting off between different people speaking and presenting. All of the materials for today's presentation are in your budget binders and also online under the agenda. The materials are also on the finance webpage on the county website. The presentation itself is in your binder under the 6th tab, under the October 27th heading. And then backup materials you can find under the 3rd tab. There are budget profiles for each department and fund in this core focus area. The profiles have been written by each department and give an overview of different trends and issues, what the department does, what changes are in their budget, what they're looking at strategically, not just for the coming budget year, but also looking out 5 years. And then different resources, success factors that they're looking at as they're planning their budget. So the profiles are interesting just to get a broader picture of what each department is planning. And then we also have backup material. The capital schedules and replacement schedules are in the 4th tab of your budget binder. As we're going through the presentation, we will show you our capital plan. It's in the presentation, but that is just a summary of the different sections of the capital plan. And under this 4th tab in the budget binder and also on the website, you can see a little bit more detail down into each area of what makes up that summarized version of the capital plan.
So everything we recommend in the budget, in the proposed budget, starts and ends with the strategic plan. And the reason that this is important, particularly for the recommendations that we're going to be talking to you about today, is we view the strategic plan as our framework document for how we can best serve the citizens and serve our community. And so the recommendations that we're making and the changes that we're suggesting are really driven by our best effort to determine what type of investments do we need to make as an organization to better serve our citizens. Today, we're focusing on the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area, and we've identified 4 success factors in here that we're going to be talking to you about today in relation to the 2016 proposed budget. The first success factor is conserved natural resources and environment. The second is responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets. The third is ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. And the fourth is well-planned and livable environment. And so the departments that you're going to be hearing from today are all contributing to these core focus areas. Within the general fund, that will include community development, planning and zoning, building inspection, environmental health, smuggler superfund, public works, admin, fleet, engineering and transportation, road and bridge, land management, facilities management, and it would typically include the county attorney. We've actually postponed that presentation and give us some time to work on additional budget recommendations. Outside of the general fund, in terms of special revenue funds, we'll also be talking to you about open space and trails, solid waste center, transit sales and use tax, and we would typically be talking to you about healthy rivers and streams, but along with the county attorney's budget, we postponed that till a later meeting.
This is a pie chart that shows the expenditure breakout for this core focus area of the budget. The core focus area that we're looking at today makes up 57% of the entire county budget, just over $59 million. So it's a significant piece of the county budget. And as you'll see, the large red segment this year, the biggest area above all is for our facilities, as we're presenting our largest capital project ever in the county's history. The second largest area in this section is transit sales and use tax with over $15 million. Of this fund, 89% of that $15 million is a pass-through that goes directly to RAFTA and to Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt in order to provide public transportation. And then other areas, open space, the solid waste center, community development, and so on. Next, we present a 3-year comparison of expenditure budgets for these areas. First with general fund departments, and then at the bottom, other funds. You'll see that we've highlighted the facilities capital because that is, above all, the largest budget amount and the largest change, with almost $24 million in that capital budget for 2016. Other areas, general fund operations, remain relatively steady year to year. Our overall general fund operations budget is only increasing by 1.7%, with some ups and downs depending on needs of different departments. But it averages out to just a small increase. Where we really see the large increase is in our capital facilities. And then in the funds down at the bottom, we have lumped together both operations and capital in these funds, and so you'll see swings in their budgets depending on what type of capital projects they have planned year to year. So the first core focus area that we will be speaking about this morning is responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets, and our capital plan falls under this heading. The main focus and the main theme of our budget this year is investments for infrastructure renewal and modernization. Again, facilities, the largest part of our budget with about $24 million. The Courthouse Plaza addition and remodel for 2016, we are budgeting $22.3 million. But we also have a few other projects included there. We have the move for a dispatch facility from in the jail building out to North 40, that's $800,000, plus some other miscellaneous projects in different county buildings that total $852,000. For our roads, we are budgeting $710,000 for 2016, which is a lower amount than typical. During the time period of 2012 through 2015, the county spent over $16 million on road projects. So we have poured significant resources into maintaining and enhancing our county roads. 2016, we're taking a little bit of a break. It's a planning year for their department. with a new engineer on board, and they're going to take a look at upcoming projects and start to plan them out. But then going forward, 2017 through 2025 in our capital plan, we'll be averaging almost $2 million a year on our roads. So 2016 is not the typical year for roads. And then in other areas of our capital plan, we have vehicles and heavy equipment in the general fund for $1.2 million. Information technology, different projects, $935,000. And then some other replacement items and projects for dispatch and public safety at $104,000. All total, our general fund capital plan has $26.9 million budgeted for 2016. Again, this is our largest capital budget ever.
Connie, on the vehicles, heavy equipment, the 1.2 million, is that include the new equipment for the landfill?
No, it does not. This part is just the general fund capital plan.
Okay.
So landfill is not included here. This is road and bridge equipment, sheriff's vehicles, vehicles for other areas of the county general fund departments.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, I have one question as well. And this is just because we've gotten a reminder email this morning that there's only 3 days left to apply for grants for courtroom security upgrades. And are we able to pursue anything like that at this time as part of the projects we know we will need in the future? I really have no idea the value of the program.
So, and thank you for sending that along, Rachel. And we have been looking into those grant opportunities, particularly as it relates to the courthouse security projects. We're not in a position to take advantage of that right now, but we do have it on our radar screen for the future when we get to those projects. It wouldn't be as applicable to the project that we're looking at next year so much as for the any renovations in the old courthouse.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to invite Jody and Dave to come up, but facilities, as we've been talking about, is really probably the largest theme in terms of this year's budget. And what you're going to hear today is revisiting what our challenges are with facilities. And the challenges really center on what can we provide to the citizens in terms of our service levels in the facilities that we currently have. As you're going to see, our facilities are aging. They've become functionally obsolete in many areas. I think you'll hear that particularly from law enforcement and elections. Additionally, in some cases, our organization has changed, and capacity-wise, our facilities are no longer meeting the needs in terms of being able to provide an appropriate service level for citizens, and we might hear a little bit from community development on that. And in addition, we've just reached the useful life of many of the mechanical systems and such in the facilities that we're looking on doing projects on. And so as we talked about, what are our major challenges or barriers to offering the best services that we can to citizens? Facilities has continually rise to the top of the list, and it's not a new discussion. We've found facilities master plans dating back to 1988 where we've talked about the challenges of our facilities and the adequacy of our facilities. And none of those plans, we've updated them in 2006, none of those plans have been fully implemented. And so we're really trying to take this challenge on so that we can assure the sustainability of our future and ability to continue to provide good service to our citizens. And so with that, I'm going to ask Jody and Dave to come up, and I will give them my seat.
Okay, so facilities, just as an overview, we manage multiple buildings throughout the county. We've been managing multiple projects, and as you know, facilities is just an ongoing maintenance operation and capital improvement. for many, many years and will be as we move forward. I will, during this presentation, ask the sheriff, the county clerk to come up at a different time and talk about some of the experiences that they have with the facilities and the challenges, as John was saying. And then I'll also have John Redmond come up and talk about the visioning statement and the team that we've had there. And then Dave Detweiler will come up and talk about our proposed plan. So to start that off, some of the successes that we've had this year, and I'm just going to point out two of the big ones. Like I said, it's an ongoing process for us to manage and maintain and operate these buildings. But the library project, we kicked off a construction project in late 2013 with our finishing up design, getting our contracts in place, actually 2014. And then, so we've been under construction for just about a year. We broke ground in February, and that project is moving along. With part of that success so far is that the city of Aspen allowed us to use the old art museum on Mill Street to relocate and have a smaller operation for our library there. And the other success on that was really working with the Snowmass Hospitality Group to give us 4,000 square foot space to store all of the books that we couldn't take to the art museum and a lot of other items, furniture and such, because we weren't quite sure what we were going to be able to afford and reuse. So that project is moving along. Because we switched from a addition only, our project timeline and the funding have come into place for us to, thanks to the Board of County Commissioners, that we are now doing the full renovation for the redesign, and that puts our schedule out to May. And so, but we're on target for that right now. Hopefully we'll be out of there sooner. The second success that we've been working diligently on since all of 14, just planning, getting our ideas together, the funding, how the whole project will come together, meeting with the visioning teams, internal meetings, is the PitkinCounty Sheriff and County Administration project. Again, we've done public outreach. Joe and John went out and did coffee chats. We've had a couple of different rounds of meetings with section leaders and managers with schematic, what do they need for their programming, those types of discussions. Those are still ongoing. And then we created a visioning team that was led by Janice Voss and John Redmond. And that was to bring frontline staff and others to the table to really talk about what do we want our future to look like? What do we want the experience of the public to have? What do we want our employee experience to have when they're coming into these buildings? And so John will talk more about that visioning and those statements that they came up with. And that's part of our real our foundation now for how we're working towards our design work. So the problem, so we'll talk about the main buildings inside the corridor here are on campus, which is the courthouse. It can't adequately hold the current functions. That is the treasurer, the assessor, the police and the sheriff are in there, along with the courts, district attorney, and probation office. It has poor security. We've looked many times. We had a courthouse security group at one point trying to figure out how could we get people to go up and down the stairs, and could we block the doors, and getting them through the metal detectors. And so it's been an ongoing conversation for at least 8 years that I know of. And even after the Aspen Police Department moves out, we still just don't have enough room for the future projections of the courts. The Plaza building, which is where the administration functions lay, the layout is really highly inefficient, not flexible. The only way that we adapt to spaces that we need is we tear down a wall and we put up a wall. And we move people into closets, or we move people into, we're just kind of making do and have been for many years. The HVAC systems are at their end of life. The roof is also going to need replacement at some point. So basically what we've done with the Courthouse Plaza over the last couple of years of knowing that this was going to come to fruition was to defer all of those maintenance and capital repairs where we could, limp along so that we didn't waste good money after bad. So we've just been planning for this. If you recall, we did an energy efficiency lighting upgrade, water upgrade 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and we did not include the Courthouse Plaza in that because we just didn't want to waste the money if we were going to gut it. So the IT department needs to be brought up, the IT systems need to be brought up to the current standards. There's no insulation in that building. When we were doing a small remodel in the HR department, we drilled a little hole and those white foam, or that popcorn stuff just came out of the walls. It's really not insulated. We still have asbestos in the building that needs to be mitigated. Again, we held off on doing the full mitigation on that until we knew that we were going to do this project and do it at one time. And we can accommodate community development or any other growth in the facility. Our meeting space, as you know, is a challenge. When we have big groups that come in, it's standing room only. We have pillars. The noise, people can't meet anywhere outside those rooms. There's really not adequate space for the CGTV and the recording of the room, the meetings. And then we have to borrow meeting space. All these years we've been using the Rio Grande meeting room, which is no longer available for use. We've taken over City Hall, as you can see on the bottom right-hand corner. Just different rooms to try to make it work for us, especially when elections is happening. With that, I would like to invite Joe to come up and talk about some of the challenges that public safety endures and has over the years, and where their challenges are.
Good morning, guys. How are you? We've kind of gone through this presentation a few times before, but I'm happy to do it again for both you and our viewers out there who may not have had a chance to see it. I think the fact that we're in this room alone begs that our facilities, it is a testament to our substandard facilities that we have to keep searching out rooms like this, as Jody said. We've been displaced today, and we're going to be displaced for the next few weeks because of elections. That in itself proves our facilities are substandard. As you can see in some of the pictures here, when we're trying to identify what we might see as a problem with our current facilities, we don't have to look very far, only to the front hallway. What you're seeing are pictures of, on our left, the one with the crime scene tape, is what our offices looked like during one of our homicides that we had 2 years ago. We had probably 10 or 12 people that we had to manage at one time, and in those 10 or 12 people were victims, suspects, witnesses, probationers, county employees, all mingling in that area, and the only way we could separate them was through this crime scene tape, which really, when you look at it, that's not who we are. That's not who this organization is. So we had to block off those areas as not to submit or subject the assessor's office and the people who work there to our suspects. There were 3 of them. To our separating the witnesses from the suspects was a challenge. And then the general management of this was a nightmare, with the public coming in, as well as to the right of the elevator you see there with the two orange chairs, the seats of those chairs, to the right of that is the probation office. So now what we have is a combination of all these people with convicted felons and misdemeanants that are here to check in with their probation officer, all in this same hallway while we're trying to do day-to-day business, which consists of people from the public trying to come in and get a VIN inspection or a police report or or come to see me or somebody else in my office. It really was just not the impression that I think Pitkin County wants to put out here for professionalism and the way we treat our employees and citizens. So I think that snapshot alone is a microcosm of what's broken. What you see on our right there is upper right-hand side, overcrowded evidence base. We have tons and tons of evidence that we have to store. Example, the mountains of evidence that we collected during the Pfister homicide has to be preserved for the natural life of the person that was convicted. Now, that person has committed suicide in jail, and we may be able to get rid of that. But if not for that, we may be looking at holding these mounds of evidence, which include cars, just boxes and boxes of stuff, for 30 or 40 years until that natural life is ended. So we do collect a lot of evidence, and right now it's scattered all around Pitkin County. The room you're seeing there is the main floor of the courthouse. We had to rent 2 gigantic trailers. What would we, storage boxes? What do you call those things?
Shipping containers.
Shipping
We purchased them,
containers.
yeah.
We purchased those. So it's really not a perfect system, and a new facility will solve a lot of the problems we're talking about here. Lower right, what you're seeing is that's the way we deal with somebody who comes to our office to report a domestic violence complaint. Often, I have people who are crying because of their current condition, whether it is domestic violence or a child issue, and they sit on those 2 benches and talk to our officers, sometimes crying and upset, while on the other side of them we have probationers waiting to see their probation officer. There's absolutely no private space, and frankly, it's undignified. So I think that's a snapshot of our substandard facilities, which the board itself is a victim of. As I said, every week or every few months we seem to be in a different location because we don't have our own home. So I think whether it's community development, sheriff's office, BOCC, whoever, I think we're all in the same boat when it comes to our facilities. So I think a new facility it's time to act on this and get moving forward. Now, I'm going to go off topic here for a second, if that's okay. I've been involved in this facility plan from early on, and it's been about 6 months since we've been at this project, or at least the design of it. And I have to tell you, I watch it carefully because just like you, I'm very responsible to the people who I work for, the 16,000 to 17,000 people of Pitkin County, and we're all responsible for their well-being, their facilities, and how we spend their money. So in the last 6 months, I just want to comment that, first of all, with design, I have to tell you, I think this project is properly scaled. In fact, you yourself scaled it back, took our suggestion and scaled it back, which I think was the right thing to do. We're not building a monument to government, and I think that is a responsible thing for us to do. So the scaling is proper, and thank you for that. I think up to this point, the group has been incredibly fiscally responsible. This group constantly is looking for ways to cut this project and save money for the taxpayers and Pitkin County. As I said, I'm giving you a report as another elected official who's looking at this through your eyes. I'm sorry? I think the project to date is very well managed. Dave Detweiler, who you've met and will meet again, and Jody, I have to tell you, are really, really I feel like we're in good hands, and they're working hard, and they do have our best interest in mind. I think we're going to continue to make good decisions because of our public outreach program. Just yesterday, we talked about more public outreach and keeping the public involved in almost every step. I think that's important for us that are responsible to the public, that they're going to have some kind of say in these facilities. And to get their support is important, and I don't really think that's going to be a hard thing to do because of how responsible we're being. I also think that in hiring our local architects was a really good step. I think they really care what this building will look like because they live in this community. In fact, their office is across the street, but I don't know that they're going to be there forever. But I know that it's a team of people who have lived in the valley for a long time, and they have an investment in what our buildings and what the county, the face of the county will look like. So I think we're on the right track with that. To wrap up, I'm real comfortable with the process. I have no doubt it's something that we need at this time because of the presentation I made earlier, and I feel like we're in good hands. I feel like, more importantly, we're filling a need, and we're being real responsible with how we're going to fill that need. So if you have any questions, I'm all yours.
Jerry, thanks for your comments. My question is, once we start construction, in terms of the construction management, how will that impact your operations? Because you'll be right next door when all this is going on.
Well, the biggest impact to my section would be the dispatch center. They're not going to be able to work there while the construction goes on. So there is a plan right now to move them to the North 40 and relocate them. As far as my operation goes, parking is probably going to be the biggest impact on me. We work out of the courthouse. The courts are going to remain in session. So I don't see any reason why my day-to-day job should change too much, or access to me or my office should change that much during the construction phase. The jail will probably be very impacted, and we are working on, Dave is working on solutions for that, how we're going to move inmates in and out, how we're going to get ambulances in and out. And if the construction will affect them, we have to remember that we have human beings living in a place 24/7. The construction din may just be too much. If that's a problem, we have a backup for it. The good news is it doesn't sound like we're going to be doing any pilings, any driving, so I don't know. We'll just have to see. We may have to vacate that portion of the jail that looks out onto the hole, but we'll have contingencies for that.
Yeah, I just need to comment on your statement about not wanting to do a monument to government. That's been one of my big concerns, is I don't want a testimonial building of glass and steel, that flies in the face of the public. And so I appreciate that, and I think we need to take into consideration the historic nature of the historic courthouse when we're moving forward with our new facility. Which leads me to another comment, which I'm going to tag on. In recently touring the library, which is becoming an amazing facility, it will be a huge amenity for this community. But I want to make it clear that the facade that faces the Galena Plaza is going to be glass because of the opening doors and metal. But I talked with Jody earlier, and at least because of weight-bearing issues and financial issues, the choice was not to go and bring the brick out. But it's going to be the metal that blends with the historic library behind it and with the surrounding environment. So I think that's critical when we move forward. That's more of a design specific rather than the space needs, which I think, Joey, you hit the nail on the head more than once with the need to move out of this kind of operation into an operation that really fits the needs of our community fiscally and environmentally and all those other issues. So I really appreciate your comments on that,
Thank
Joey.
you. And lastly, Rachel, I did get Dave's email, or Stedman's email this morning about the court. We've applied for those grants in the past. They're pretty limited. I don't know that they cover anything for construction. We've gotten metal detectors from them and things that have specifically to do with security.
Okay.
I don't know if it would be an upgrade to much in the courtroom.
Yeah, perhaps in the future with more
Right.
small
And
pieces.
I think as we plan the the future of the courthouse as we start to know what's happening. And we have some dollars budgeted for next year to do an initial study, which will get us more information about what the courts are going to want on security. And then we can apply in 2016 for 2017 or 18 money, depending on where we end up.
Just to follow up on that, I really don't know if it'll go anywhere this session, but it's at least, I think, being raised by CCI this year to try to initiate 2 different bills. There's a little battle over should it be one bill or both, or which one, because you don't want to ask too much at once. But across all the counties, people are very concerned about the state not actually supporting the finances of the court operation. And so to help pay for that, and all across the state, people are just losing their new assistant DAs as fast as they can hire them, because they get hired off into the private sector at double salary, and counties can't keep up with that. And then secondly, of the state beginning to own or take some operating responsibility for the courthouses themselves as opposed to a county burden. So those are being pushed. A lot of times it takes more than 1 year to get something like that acknowledged, and we all know how tight the state budget is. But who knows, maybe we'll line up with more of that availability.
I was just going to tag on, and we also know that there's perhaps the opportunity for historic preservation grants, and I think we'll be looking at that in the future. So if we can do any help in Denver with convincing the powers that be for grant opportunities, we need to be kept in the loop on that.
The courthouse itself has evolved a lot over the years. I remember when the jail was operating down in the basement of the courthouse. Used to be the place you would go to get your driver's licenses also. That there were a lot more. It was the county commissioner meeting room was in full operation, and so the use of the courthouse has really evolved over the years, and this is just like the next step in that evolution.
Yeah, and it's time. It really is time.
Yeah. And then all those were before the county had bought the Courthouse Plaza building,
That's
because
right.
as it
Yeah.
outgrew that, I certainly remember those days as well.
That's right. So any more questions?
Thank you,
Okay.
Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
Both of you.
I'm going to call Janice up, and while she's coming up, I do want to just talk a little more about the meeting spaces in the courthouse plaza that we have now. We've turned a couple of storage closets into a meeting room, and now, like, I see open space and trails. They have a weekly meeting in there, and they're all crammed around a very small table. I know the Board of Adjustments, they're always trying to find a place to meet and process. It's just really a challenge of having the inadequate and undersized space to operate with our public. And so, Janice, do you want to talk about elections and how you're doing with space?
I'm going to talk a
No
little
problem.
bit, start overview with my department. And over the past several years, what we've been experiencing is rapid change with technology as well as legislative mandates. And with the legislative mandates, it changes our workflow operations. And what we're trying to do is find space for different equipment, find space for different boards or processes we need to accomplish. And we're basically jerry-rigging around everything to try to get our work done. It impedes our workflow operations to accomplish them adequately. So we struggle, mainly in elections we do. We struggle with adequate and functional environment to accomplish our work. Some of the issues Jody mentioned earlier that we're concerned with are security. We have to have surveillance, so we work with that. We have to have climate and humidity control, not only for the records, but for our equipment too, per statute, okay, and space to store the equipment. We struggle, I mentioned the equipment, we struggle with the operations constantly with shifts in our needs, which I mentioned earlier. So it's imperative that we have a flexible working environment. And I know that moving forward and looking at planning, we are looking at assuring that we have that flexibility for our needs in the future. The other thing I want to mention also is it doesn't feel good to continually have to displace other operations in order to implement your mandated operations, as you well know. You're not the most popular person. In addition, it is difficult to beg for space or jerry-rig or juggle your schedule and workflow mandates around other people's meeting room schedules. It just isn't functional, and it's difficult at best. Some examples of what's happened to us in this last year and what we're experiencing now is, let me share with you, is last year we weren't able to secure the library. We found out after the fact that perhaps we could have secured the library conference room in July, which is adequate. It's the space of this room to operate and process our mail ballots. We last year were forced to utilize the Tin Cup gym in the basement of Plaza One, which is about a 20 by 20 space that you're sitting in, to fit 20 people in election night and tables and operations. It's not functional, and it forces our operations. As you know, last year we didn't get out till after 3 o'clock in the morning, and you start at 5 o'clock the day before. So it forces challenges with our operations. To give you another example of dealing with the Tin Cup gym is we were working this weekend and had to go down and work a little bit in the Tin Cup gym, and it smelled like sewage, so we had to call maintenance. If I did not secure the Jewish Center this year, I would be in the basement. And what would I be doing on Sunday but calling Jody and trying to find other space to conduct my operations, because I wouldn't want the public who's helping me to sit in the environment that smells like sewage. So that is another example of what we're dealing with. Just this last weekend and yesterday, we set up the new service center at the Jewish Center. It's a beautiful space. It allows us to have operations, and we're proud to have operations in that environment for our community. I think we deserve that. And in the past, we, as well as you, have been working out of Plaza One. It's not adequate for us. So those are two examples of our needs specifically in elections. The last thing I wanted to state, well, let me bring up some more. So we talked a little bit about environment. We talked a little bit about the insulation that's required in the building. You can see light through the mortar of the bricks. And now is the season where the mice are coming in, and you're dealing with the insects and everything else. So we've become accustomed to that, but I think our staff and the community that works with us deserves a better environment to work in. So I hope that some of my examples have driven home what we're working with. I want to reiterate what Joe said earlier, that I think we're doing the right thing. I think that all of us are very conscientious and astute to fiscal responsibility. I think that we're striving to research and look at what our needs are for our space. An example is, the space we work in, half of the first floor of Plaza One. With the new space, the clerk's office will be going back to the full floor of Plaza One and utilizing a third of the basement for elections. So that demonstrates the needs for our department moving forward and what we're trying to do workarounds in. So to reiterate, what I mentioned is I support moving forward on this. I think it's imperative we do move forward. I think our community that helps us deserves an environment that's professional to work with and adequate, and our staff especially. Any questions?
I just think it should be noted that in the new facility, we're being very careful to keep your department up front and center because of your day-to-day interaction with the public. People are there from the minute you open till after you close, doing day-to-day transactions at a public level. So I think that's critical too. In managing your operations, be it elections or whatever, I think that's key for the public And that's a huge service that the county provides. So I think it's critical to keep you in that building, to keep you there in front, and to give you the space you need.
Thanks for mentioning that, because we tend to focus on elections because that's the most severely impacted with operations. But, it's important to provide adequate reception area for people. Many times people will stand and leave and come back later because there's nowhere to sit. And I thank you for that comment.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This Janice is preaching to the choir because that's our space in there also, and we're fully cognizant of the
Yeah.
problems with the building that we're occupying there, and
I am happy that you will be getting your own space. And,
but this is good for the benefit of the public to see one more time the conditions that we're operating under and the real crying need for expanding our facility there.
I want to add on to that. I don't want the public to misperceive that we are doing this for our internal needs. We are doing this for the public's needs. When we can provide better service in a better facility, the public gets better service in a better facility. And I think that's the priority for all of us, is we're keeping in mind that our employees, our staff, our space needs are there, but it's really to provide that service, which is why we are who we are and what we do, and that's we provide service to the people and the visitors of Pitkin County.
our customers come first. We tend to believe that we service, well, next to the airport, the highest number of community members because of motor vehicle elections and land use. And we look forward to knowing that if we have adequate space to enforce adequate workflow operations, we have more time to spend with the customers, and we have more time to create innovative services and focus on moving forward versus spending time to jerry-rig operations based on the dysfunctional space we deal with.
Exactly.
So,
Rachel?
I could save these comments until we finish the rest of the inadequate and undersized workspace presentation, which includes a lot of the other county buildings, but I'll go ahead and put it out there now. As I look at it, we ask our employees to give A+ service. And we expect that. And then we ask them to do it without the right tools. And we ask them to do it in pretty much, I'd say, a D+ facility. I don't think we really even rate average right now, for the most part. Maybe we're average. But we're also kind of like people having a car that's got 400,000 miles. And you're like, well, it's still running, but you're starting to spend more and more on all the repairs than, as if you bit the bullet and bought a new car. And you're finding out that you can't get the features you want in that 400,000 model no matter what. You don't have the good exhaust system. You don't have AC. You don't have any acceleration for the top of the pass, for those home run stretches when there's an election. And it's just really time to do something better. And I think this has been thoughtful, and it's been well planned, and it's, knowing that we have very constrained budgets. But we're also not looking for something that would just be construction trailers on a long-term basis. There's got to be some level of civic pride in the buildings that people will be using 10 years from now. And we all have a lot of pride in the courthouse, but we've asked so much of the courthouse, it's almost like starting to destroy the courthouse and its historic characters. And so I really am very supportive of these plans going forward. I think they're being done financially well and quite feasible, and our staff has worked hard to put that together. The last analogy I would kind of make for the public is, you look at our road system, and we all know it's kind of deteriorating because we're not investing as much as we should there as a state. I'm talking about state roads. And the thing is, when you ride on a road that's just been redone, you're like, wow, isn't this the way it's supposed to be? And then you get onto another section of road, and it's potholes, and there's depressions, and there's no shoulder, and you're hitting bumps, and you're thinking, this one's going to fall apart before the winter's over. Just imagine how deep these potholes will be in another few weeks. And so, we need to be on to some new road here. So, thank you.
thank you.
So the rest of the photos here are of the treasurer's office and the vault. We've got the assessor's office here, community development, the world's smallest office on the planet, which is in community development. This slide here is the assessors as well, their front counter. There's 3 people sitting in there, actually 2 people and then a customer service place to sit in here. This is actually our interrogation room where they do interviews, and we actually had to put carpet tiles on the walls because the sound was so bad that it really was complicating any kind of recording that the investigators were doing. So, you know, we're looking for those fixes. Here's community development in City Hall. You've got, I think there's 3 people, there might be 4 in there, but I think there's 3 people in this very, very small area. Again, it's, we've got the ProVelocity, which is our IT support. There is, I think, maybe 9 monitors and computers in here. There's 2 people, but they're constantly working in there. There's inadequate cooling in that room. Again, we did some barn door workspace. You can see Mike Kramer standing up in here because there's really no place for him to sit. So we just continue to make these modifications. This is on the 3rd floor, you know, our file management for open space and the administrative functions. And then this is the new GIS department. They were moved from the city and kind of put back into this little corner back here. This is Tyler and Mary's back behind the wall. And this is our patrol room for our officers. They share that space. It's tight. So we still, as mentioned earlier, we still have asbestos in the building. You know, there's opportunities to improve our air quality in these facilities as well. Next slide. We have the old failing systems. The pictures say it all. We have to manage leaks and penetrations in walls and ceilings, and this is more than just this courthouse plaza, but that's our job. That's what we do. We take care of these things and manage them pretty well, I think. The opportunities with providing a new building, a new project, is that we, again, like Janice and Joe talked about, really being able, and the commissioners, having better service to the public. That's what it's all about. We're public servants. We get to re-look at and evaluate our energy efficiency, build a new model, and make some really good decisions on that as we move forward. Better work efficiencies, space, workflows, that was really important to our visioning group. Collaboration space, making the building sustainable, adaptable, flexible, so when things are changing, maybe we don't need in the future with this younger generation, as things change and they need less space, it's more adaptable than what we have now. That is just impossible to adapt. And as talked about, I know that it's been a concern of the commissioners, is that security, even in your own meeting room, you know, just having a better way to manage the risk. So, and then of course, reducing maintenance costs, and that will actually reduce our replacement costs for several years. John Redmond was going to come up and just talk about the visioning statement. This is what guides us, and then Dave will come up and talk about the solutions.
John Redmond, Finance Director. As Jody mentioned in her introduction, in the spring we created a facilities vision team. That team included members from most departments within the county. The task was to create a facilities vision statement. That statement wasn't directed specifically at this project. It was more for any real facility project within the county. Now, as we get further down into design, we're finding that this vision statement is working well for us. We presented it to you, I believe, in July, and I just want to go over a couple of the main points. The first is that the facilities encourage and facilitate civic interaction, and that the entry experience is inviting, navigable, and visually appealing. I think based on the designs that we've seen on this particular project, we're seeing that this is going to be a very inviting and clear entryway, that you can go to the clerk's office, you can go to the board meeting, you could go upstairs to ComDev or to the assessor or to the treasurer. It's going to, and the sheriff. It's a lot more of a one-stop shop, and I think that the public will certainly be much better served than our current Where's Waldo-ish entryway on Main Street. And in addition to that, there are a number of public and private collaboration zones, which are meeting rooms, such as, just to say that we're trying to right-size the board meeting room, not make it into a giant thing, but make it adequate for our needs now and in the future. In addition to that, we currently are suffering from a lack of meeting rooms. We believe that the designs that we have seen, we're going to have adequate meeting rooms. And as individual departments currently are meeting with the architects to talk about their individual spaces, to be sure that there's effective workflow and adaptable, task-oriented spaces. So overall, we feel that the vision statement is working for us, and look forward to seeing, as we get further down the road, that our major points are being met. Any questions?
And it really does tie into the county strategic plan, which is who we are.
All right.
Makes good sense.
Okay. Dave, you're up.
Good morning. So we've talked to you about the proposed solution a few times, but we'll recap again. The intent of the project is to gut the existing plaza building, which means leave the structure in place, leave the exterior brick in place, and essentially everything else goes. But we have a good structure there. It's a solid structure. It's not showing any signs of settling or moving. But everything else will be new. From that brick in will be all new. And we're proposing what currently sits at about a 23,000 square foot addition that'll bridge between the plaza building and the jail. It will connect at both ends. That new building and the remodeled plaza will allow us to move ComDev in from the City Hall, will allow us to move the treasurer, the assessor, and the sheriff out of the courthouse and house them with the existing departments in one combined building. As you saw a few weeks ago, that schematic design is nearly complete based on the input we got from you. We're doing a few last tweaks to that, and by the end of the month that will be done. We intend to bring back to you in the near future some options regarding what the exterior of that building would look like. We're going to have more than one way to skin the cat and still be responsive to the setting, which fortunately everyone has a really strong appreciation for the importance of the courthouse. And I haven't sensed any desire for someone to try to supersede the importance of the courthouse from our design team. So I think we're going to get some really responsive, responsible approaches to how this building can fit in and blend in with what we have, but still be have that entry experience so people know where to go when they're looking to find our services. This garage, or this building, will have one level of garage, and we are working with the APD and the city staff to connect their garage and their building to ours so that the sheriff primarily and the APD can interact more easily when they need to, and so that we can have good traffic flow. In an emergency situation, we'll have two means of ingress and egress out of those parking structures, which is a benefit to both of us. So we're currently holding joint meetings with their design team on a regular basis to make sure that we stay tied in. When we're done with this new project and the APD assessor and treasurer and sheriff are out of the courthouse, as Jody said, we've got money in the budget to start the concept planning for how the courts, the DA, and probation would then expand into those spaces for similar fashion. We didn't really focus on it, but they have the same space constraints and issues that we have in their spaces. They're being underserved. And so they'll move into the spaces that we vacate at some point after we're done with this project, potentially 2017, 2018. So we'll show the floor plans. We've seen them before. Again, lower level, basement, garden level would be garage, sheriff storage, and the elections processing space up by Main Street. That's the blue box. First floor would house the sheriff, the county commissioner room, the boardroom, and the clerk. Second floor would house ComDev in the existing plaza building, would have open space and trails, assessor, treasurer, and bits on the second floor. Again, as we discussed before, we're trying to get the spaces with the most public interaction as close to the public as we can. So down on the first floor, we're trying to get spaces that have some customers who frequently visit multiple departments to be adjacent. So we have a lot of interaction of customers between open space and ComDev. We have a lot of interaction of assessor and treasurer. So we're trying to keep them close together. Then up on the third floor in the existing plaza building, we'd have finance and HR. Again, they interact quite a bit. We'd have the county attorney and the county admin function, which is also where your offices would be. So it's a very efficient plan. You can see here we have some of these what are shown as white boxes that are potential future expansion spaces. We'll build the structure so that it would allow that future expansion if needed. We feel confident we have adequate growth space in the colored boxes in what we're going to build day one to cover our growth projections through 2029, which is not an overly ambitious number. Everybody's been very conservative that we're not growing lots of bodies. We're not adding bodies. We're just trying to fill in the spaces that we need to let the bodies we have do the work we need them to do. But we do have some ability to grow should there be a need. So timeline, again, we've already gotten through the concept and schematic plans. We're just finishing that. Later this year, we'll come back to you primarily on two fronts. One is that exterior of the building and what does that want to be the most responsive to the community and to our desires. And also on the sustainable front, we've recently retained a sustainability consultant who works directly for us and will help interact with our design team and make sure that we can bring to you what options are available to us on this particular project that we might want to move forward with in terms of more sustainable, what are the paybacks, what are the options, what are those items that we can interact with the city and potentially benefit from the fact that we're building next to each other. There are a few ideas that we already have about how that might work. And then the design should finish up in the spring. And I will mention, because it often gets thrown back to me, boy, your schedule is pretty aggressive, Dave. And I will say, yes, it is. This is a doable schedule, but it is an aggressive schedule. And you never get to the fastest date if you don't try to push it. So we are pushing for a late spring completion of the design. We would come back to you with kind of that final package of design and cost. And there'll be more steps along the way, so don't think the next time you're going to see me is in March. But that'll be that final, when it's all wrapped together with a cost, and then start construction early summer, late spring, and build into 2017. Again, as we talked about, we are now dialing into this process when that more public feedback component would happen, and at what stages is it most appropriate. Same thing internally with the employees. We're working out that sequence of how do we keep everybody informed so that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. And that's our timeline.
And then just to kind of conclude our presentation is, so we, facilities, has an additional custodial staff approved or in the budget for 2017. You may see us come back in 2016 if the operations is not sustainable, because we are putting different, we're closing down the courthouse plaza and moving the elections out. And so as we start to get that firmed up and move people around, we believe we can absorb it and that it will be fine, but we just wanted to make sure you knew that there could be a possibility, if it's not sustainable, for us to manage that, but throughout 16. So, and that's it.
Yeah, I just want to add to, we were talking about dispatch and having to move dispatch because of the construction impacts. I think that the public needs to know that it's also more of a long-term for dispatch. It's a more appropriate place for dispatch to be. Staff doesn't have to come in. It's a very difficult job for dispatchers to do, so to be able to accommodate their time and their needs is important. Plus, the facility has some technical issues, moving it to North 40 that'll be benefited, to North 40 Fire Station. Also, that vacant space in the jail, it's my understanding, will be the construction management space, since we don't have space on site to bring in your traditional construction trailer. So there's a double benefit of moving dispatch out. And I think the public needs to know the investment in moving dispatch, which is about $800,000, is not just a short-term fix. It is a long-term plan that we've been talking about for a while, of getting dispatch in a more appropriate place.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to the Public Works section of our capital plan.
Thanks, Connie. I'm G.R. Fielding. I'm the county engineer. And we want to start a little bit by just going over some of our successes in 2015. We started the year after last year's budget cycle with an approval of a new position, and that being of the project engineer. And I really wanted to highlight this as one of our successes because we were able to bring so much of what we had consulted out in-house. We finally got staff hired on in August, and immediately we saw the impact of having that additional capacity. We are now able to better run our own construction projects. We have more oversight on permits. This year, I don't know if we broke any records as far as the number of permits that we issued, but I will unequivocally say that during my tenure as the county engineer, this has been by far the most involved permits that we've had for road cuts. Probably the best example is the the gas line project that has been in the Woody Creek area most of the year, and being able to go out and do observations during their construction, work with them continuously on reestablishing our drainage or overlaying an area that got more damage during their construction than what we anticipated has been a huge benefit to our road and our county constituents. Another thing that we were able to do this year was a number of different projects and a lot of different types of projects. During our staff update to the board this year, we went over most of them, so I'll be brief, but we did get to complete a very beautiful bridge rail project up in Redstone. We got to complete a parking lot at Buttermilk. We put about $1.3 to $1.4 million into the roads of Old Snowmass. And we got to do something that we engineers like to talk to planners about time and time again, where to put sidewalks and pedestrian amenities. And one of the tools that they say to use is to build your base infrastructure and allow people to walk around. And then once they beat in a path, you can put in a sidewalk. And so that's what we did around the pedestrian underpass and the ABC. We had 2 paths that had gotten worn in since we opened up the underpass, and so we put in some small strips of sidewalk to fill in those gaps. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from doing that.
There's one path that I have walked on. I don't know if you were responsible for it, but from Public Works over by the to the CMC building, used to be just a little one-track dirt path with going through a thistle infestation. Pretty much is the way it felt. Now it's a very nice with crusher fines path through there, and it just suddenly appeared. I never noticed any work being done on that, but it's a very nice connection that wasn't there before.
That is a result of a lot of planning, actually, from 2008 to when we built the ABC project, and all the planning that went into the West of Maroon Plan, the WAMP, identified a need for a pedestrian pathway through there. And then RAFT had come in with their master plan for the Aspen Maintenance Facility, and we had worked with Community Development, Open Space and Trails in my office, together with RAFTA to figure out what type of pathway, where that should go, make sure that if we ever wanted to get a frontage road through there, that wasn't precluded and everything else. But as someone who walks that almost every day, it is a really nice amenity. There's a lot of people that go pick up their dogs and walk through there. And I can see, it's a little bit of a segue to something that we'll talk about in a few moments, is when we redo the 10-year plan, there is going to be need for additional pedestrian amenities that move through that area, because you go from having a place to walk to being on the roadway as you pass the CMC, and then the sidewalk gets picked up at the far end of the CMC campus. On the screen we have a few pictures. The upper picture shows guardrail being installed on the lower Snowmass Creek Bridge that carries Snowmass Creek Road over Snowmass Creek, about 1.2 miles from State Highway 82. Every other year, a consultant that's hired by CDOT inspects our bridges, and we get a list of to-dos for each bridge, and most of them for our bridges include some sort of protection or guardrail improvements. Because of the character of a lot of our roads and the alignment of the roads going into those bridges, those are often very challenging. We're not able to open up a standard book and just pick the standard design of something out of the CDOT M&S standards or something else. And so often these are the types of projects where it's great to have the resources and the in-house knowledge to go out there and work with the construction companies on something that is both up to standard and isn't obtrusive, and it fits our landscape. The bottom photo is of the new bridge rail that was installed this past spring up in Redstone. This project, we worked with a number of the different community organizations, including the caucus in Redstone, to come up with a design for the bridge rail. Through that comment and work with the board, we added the handrail that you can see. That's the horizontal feature on the top of the rail there, and we really think that bridge rail came out very nice. In 2015, my office was able to branch out a bit. We were able to work with the landfill on several different projects. Many of those are still ongoing. Open space and trails, we've increased our involvement with a number of their projects. And in fact, our new project engineer, Chris, is providing the construction management for the Stein Bridge project that's ongoing right now. We are working continuously with community development, whether it be on master plans or access permitting, and also some of the larger earth moving permits that might be in more complicated areas. A good example is yesterday heading out to Red Mountain, where we've got a lot of groundwater issues towards the top of Red Mountain Road, just before you enter the Red Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association area. And as some of those homes are being proposed to be redeveloped or working on conditions, to be able to better manage some of the groundwater where we know about where it springs out of the hillside every year. And so in the last year, we've really worked on trying to foster a lot of our relationships with the other departments and step out of our kind of road comfort zone a little bit and break down the silos. And I hope to be able to continue that into the next several years as we see a few of the things that we're doing change a little bit. And the next bullet that we have is the solar feasibility study. This is probably one of the best examples of that. We'll start working with the facilities department again here soon. But we're just kicking off right now, and it's really a fascinating project because it's such a fast-moving industry right now. And we hope to have, I understand that the board's time is starting to diminish for 2015 as far as available work sessions, but hopefully in the end of 2015 or early in 2016, we'll be able to bring back our, draft feasibility study and have a good conversation with the board on whether or not any of these different models in developing solar is right for Pitkin County.
Can I just ask one question about that? Is the feasibility study kind of limited to solar installations that could happen on county-owned properties or buildings, or is it looking at the broader solar picture?
The broader solar picture.
Okay, thank you.
And now for our road projects, Connie mentioned it earlier, 2016 is a lower funded year, and not because of a different amount of funding available this year. It was due to the fact that we accelerated most of the projects out of 2016 up to 2012. And we performed a very large repaving project on county roads in 2012. And so this was the year that most of those projects got accelerated out of. It did leave us with several road projects that are going to be mostly very basic asphalt maintenance, chip seal, patching, those sorts of things, asphalt patching. Those will be conducted on Conundrum Creek Road, Hunter Creek Road, and Animal Shelter Road. Airport Road, we moved out of 15 into 16. We were trying to anticipate some of the changes that were going to happen We're still recommending some work to try to fix a little bit of a drainage issue and repair some of the asphalt out there. I don't know if we'll end up doing that to the allotted budget or to something else, and that's something that we will reevaluate in the next few months, and also have that conversation with the airport staff to see what the timing of some of their potential configuration changes would be, so that we don't invest too much money into an asset that is going to go away in several years, but also not neglect something that is one of our front doors for visitors coming to Pitkin County. For bridge projects in 2016, we have 3 bridges. They're beautiful wood arch bridges that go over the Roaring Fork River. We're looking forward to staining those in 2016 to help preserve that wood. Other projects, we have a lot of maintenance type of projects. The Red Mountain Road wall maintenance, there's nothing catastrophic or anything like that going on, but with any structure you do have some maintenance that you have to do. The wall that widened Red Mountain Road in 2007 has a few areas that have moved slightly. Again, it's nothing that would cause concern for failure, but a little bit of restacking is probably in order of that MSC block. We've talked to the board about Owl Creek Road. We're continuing to work with a lot of the landowners up there, and it's definitely our onion project right now because there's a lot of layers to it, and every time we peel something back, we find something new. And we are very, very busy interacting with a lot of different ditch companies and landowners over different irrigation practices, road crossings, and trying to protect the county assets and also aid the irrigation companies in their practices. But the big thing for 2016 is going to be effort into replanning our 10-year plan. We've had this 10-year plan for, it's been updated, and we've added projects to the end of the list, but we haven't taken that wholesale look at this 10-year capital plan in probably 4 or 5 years now. And so it's time to revamp that. One of the things that we can do is take a look at some of the condition indexes that we have for our road system that we started to look at in 2007 and 2008, see how we're doing as far as what we're doing for our asphalt maintenance program, and update those projects.
JR, can I ask a question? On the bridge projects, and this may come in later with open space, but open space I think has tentatively to start planning for a bridge over the Roaring Fork for the Lazy Glen. So you didn't mention that, but are you going to be involved in that?
It all depends on timing, George. That's one of the projects that Gary and I have discussed a few times. Our involvement in a lot of these projects are, we enjoy these projects. They're a little bit out of just our typical road and bridge projects, and so I anticipate that as we go through and get approvals on projects from open space and trails, and those get timed out, Gary and I will sit down, we'll figure out our staffing resources, but that's definitely a project that I look forward to our staff working on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director. I'm filling in for Jonah Frank, who is in Denver learning about Cummins engines. So he's down there with some well-needed training this week. But what I want to talk about is fleet's budget, and there really aren't a lot of changes in 2016. Any increases that occurred in the department were because of the landfill equipment increase that we just recently saw. And so we did have some operational increases due to the increased service level and the additional equipment. And we will be monitoring that and reporting back to the board as we move through that transition to make sure that our costs are on target. This particular slide, we have a 7-person crew at in the fleet building, and the biggest variable in the department is the fuel. That 28% it's just hard to predict, and so we monitor that continuously to try to figure out whether we're going to have some leftover funds or if we're going to need an infusion of money. We have 18 total replacements in the fleet this year. We have almost 200 vehicles and equipment in our fleet. Out of those 18, there's heavy equipment, also smaller things. We tend to replace the smaller vehicles on a 5 to 10 year basis, right around 100,000 miles. The larger equipment is on a 10 to 15 year replacement schedule with between 3,000 and 7,000 hours of use. So that's what we try to hit on. Occasionally we'll get a lemon, and we identify that through the maintenance cost, and we'll get rid of that pretty quickly. And sometimes we get a vehicle that just is rock solid, does the job, and people are happy with it, and we'll hold on to that a little longer. But with this, the general fund replacements, there are 2 new vehicles that the board had reviewed previously. That was in the assessor's office and environmental health. And this brings those 2 departments back to pre-recession levels. So these vehicles were previously there, but we need them again. The business has picked up, and we're trying to keep up with that.
Can I ask a question about the environmental health? They don't technically have their own vehicle now, do they? Because it's kind of a one-person department. So this is allowing him to have a vehicle that's dedicated for environmental health use, which I think is appropriate.
Yeah, environmental health actually has 1 vehicle. So they have a 2-person department and 1 vehicle currently. But they use the county's pool system a lot out at Public Works.
Right.
And with the amount of training and out of region travel, it doesn't allow them to access whether it's restaurant inspections or inspecting of septic tanks.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask one more question on this? Vehicles, on the in-town motor pool vehicles, is that replacing 2 of the existing period, or is that 2 and maybe we'd end up with a +1? Because I know that pool has also gotten very tight at different times for travel.
Yes. We moved, to answer your question specifically, those are replacements of existing vehicles. So
Okay.
It's not any new vehicle. We did move a vehicle from Public Works into town to try to give a little bit more capacity in the in-town fleet.
Okay.
But we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
It's a balancing act always. And usually the fall is the troublesome time because there tends to be a lot of training going on in the fall.
So with the addition of 2 new vehicles, 1 would be at Public Works and 1 in town for the 2 different departments, will that alleviate some of the pressure on the fleet vehicle use?
I hope so. The challenge is a lot of the pool vehicle use are, again, extra, like training. And if the assessor's office needs the vehicle for operations, they may still take a pool vehicle to out-of-region training. So, we'll watch that and see, but I hope it adds some capacity. The next page are the dedicated fund replacements. There are 4 additional vehicles in this area. The big one being the ARF truck, over $1 million for an additional air rescue fire truck for the airport. It's much needed. That redundancy is important, as if we have an outage with the existing fire truck, we've got a problem at the airport from a safety standpoint. So this will add a safety component to the airport. And I really don't have anything else to say about the other replacements or the other additions. I've seen those before. The next department, and Scott Mattice is the Road and Bridge Superintendent. He is also at training today, so I'll just be handling this for him. One of the biggest services Road and Bridge provides is snow plowing, so we're going to focus on that a little bit. It's the most visible and takes some of the most resources we have. But about half the Road and Bridge budget is personnel, and they have a large component for fleet allocation just because of the nature of the job and the heavy equipment that they have. What Scott wanted to communicate, and I've noticed too in just the last probably 5 years is higher levels of expectation when it comes to snow removal. And I think there's a few reasons for this. One is the use of magnesium chloride has raised the bar on expectations for snow removal. People that have just moved here and have never experienced snowfall prior to magnesium chloride believe that and expect wet roads all winter long and expect to be able to go as fast as they want to drive. And maybe they've not had to purchase snow tires like people that existed before magnesium chloride. And so what that does for the county roads, because we don't have that situation for PitkinCounty, you'll drive off of maybe a wet road on Highway 82 and onto a snow-packed and icy county road because we just use sanding material as a grit. And so that works for the county, but it also is a different expectation between the state road and the county road. The other change that we've seen is just new residents that are coming from warmer climates and have not experienced snowfall like we have in this area. So I think Road and Bridge is feeling some pressure with snow plowing operations, and their 9-person department is not built for a big snowstorm. And so we're up against the wall when we're trying to provide that high level of service to the residents and visitors of PitkinCounty. And we keep trying. We try to do our best, and I could foresee a request in the future for an additional employee in this department.
So are we contemplating any issues with what we've been told is going to be a huge winter? I mean, I know we have Tom Dunlap. Does he still come in on an on-call kind of basis? And
He does.
I think we need to be gearing up and be prepared for the ski company plan comes through. We're going to have a lot of snow. We're going to have a lot of snow early, and then a lot of snow late. So.
And so the things we have planned for is just getting our contractors in line. But a lot of times they're busy if there's snow. We do have an overtime budget to allow people to work a little bit later, and we can pull fleet mechanics off to do some snow plowing as well as landfill staff.
Great.
So we'll cross-train them and make sure they're available for snow plowing as well.
Great, thanks.
So, Brian, school routes, they get top priority, and then we utilize Pick and Alert and let people know if the roads any roads are going to be closed or if they're going to be in delays due to weather, which would then allow time for the snow plowers to get out and plow those roads. It's interesting, when Brian and I were at the Intermountain Transportation Planning, we got an update from CDOT on what they're going to be doing on I-70 in terms of the passes, and they're going to go to be a much more proactive approach, which means that if rather than wait and see whether there's or accidents are being caused because of the road conditions, they're going to look at some temporary closures, which would allow the plows to get out there first, which would then hopefully mitigate drivers getting into difficult situations. So I think having that proactive approach could help.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you would plan that, similar to what CDOT is looking at.
Yeah, they've got a little different situation there for sure. But I also know that there's going to be a huge campaign for people to be using adequate snow tires and possible chains. So that's already started. I could see that campaign really ramping up in the next month.
Yeah, this is not a snap immediate thing, because I think the messaging is very important. But I think we should look at how we might be able to get a mailer to our residents about the roads, whether it's in their property tax bill when that is mailed out or something like that. You know how banks are able to put extra slips in as long as they stay under weight and don't push it up to a newer postal rate. I don't know if there's laws against that or not. But, if you look at it nationally, I think that close to 2/3 of all county roads are unpaved, or they are rural roads and designated rural roads. And perhaps that's just information that we need to get out to people about their expectations, because otherwise the expectations and reality are going to continue to diverge far more than we would like over time. and even to explain why we don't use magnesium chloride. You know, that it was determined, and if this board wants or other people wants to revisit that decision, but there can be heavy metals in the product. It can be very detrimental to the evergreens whose needles are still active and collect that on the side of the roads. It's extra salting into our rivers and streams. And, you know, it just is not something that it's going to be created like an urban area. You go to so many places where these folks may be coming from, and the schools close before the snowflakes even fall, and the businesses close when they get 1.5 inches, and we don't in Colorado and at this altitude and this elevation. And so I think we need to think a little bit about how do we manage those expectations as much as, and I agree with that, the future demand, and we will keep our roads safe. But I mean, I put all 4 studs on my car in October. And we went over to that meeting in Leadville, and I was like, oh, darn, I'm kind of wasting the studs. It's kind of a nice, clear day. And then what do I hear? It's like 2 to 3 inches of hail on Fremont Pass. And so, you know, it's the safety factor for people getting the right tires is beyond just county roads, you know, and it's a safety factor for them and advising people to have the right tires. So I think we need to be proactive on that messaging.
Great, thank you.
One thing, Brian, on the frequency of snow plowing. My personal feeling on some of the low maintenance roads, which I live on, Upper Capitol Creek, where the motor grader drives all the way up there to plow our road, and there can be a 2-inch snowfall, which everybody up there has vehicles that 2 inches of new snow is absolutely no problem. And they'll drive up there and plow it off. And I think maybe we should reevaluate the frequency of when the low maintenance roads are actually plowed. You know, the medium maintenance one I think is done the right amount, because that's pretty much the chip and sealed roads, and it's the more highly traveled roads. And it's the plow truck that comes up when they're doing the high maintenance and the medium maintenance ones all at the same time. But then when they have to send a motor grader all the way up there to do a couple of roads that don't really need it, to me that's, you know, waste of fuel and employees' time. So maybe we could do it less frequently, and I'd be perfectly happy with it on our road. And it's maybe raising the expectations unrealistically for people who live on those roads.
Thank you. We'll have that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd want a full discussion of that, because I think there's some real merit to it, and it depends on the time of year. But there's also times when what they're really doing is trying to make sure it doesn't build up to an 8-inch of hard pack, which then will rut out really so much. So it's the 2 inches might be nothing and get compressed by the tires, but it all depends on, you know, the overall freeze and how much it's going to build up, because then it gets really hard when you have some spots and ruts and puddles, and then the rest is still frozen hard pack, and then they can't get it off the road without doing any real road damage because it's all become hard pack. So it's just a trade-off. You know, times of year when it's super freezing, you can't do that. Other times of year when it's not, it works. So I just know that from the West End in Aspen, we used to have all these requests to keep, please leave the snow so that it looks like winter, and why is snow our enemy, and why are we plowing it so quickly? But then you get to February and you get these ruts that are within, you know, 8 inches of what has become an ice pack from not having been plowed. Suddenly they were singing a different story. So I'd just like to talk to Road and Bridge about how they do that. I think you're right, there probably should be a reevaluation, but there's also other factors.
Those are good points. Just quickly, I don't think I answered George's comment or question very well, but we do have priority roads where in a extreme snow event where we have feet upon feet over a few days of snowing, we will close some of those low priority roads and notify people through Pitkin Alert. And those are roads that aren't primary arteries, and we'll focus our resources on the higher traveled roads. So we can do that, and we have done that in the past. A road that comes to mind is Watson Divide. We will close that because there's another route to get in those valleys, and that's a treacherous road anyway. So why would we put resources on that road when there's already redundancy? So appreciate the comment. And lastly, with Road and Bridge, I think what they've done really well, along with open space and trails and the landfill and other departments, is to work cooperatively and share resources, including their own labor. And it has just worked out really well for Road and Bridge, and I think open space is the best example of that, but certainly other departments as well that have similar operations and equipment. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to invite John Lloyd, our Chief Technology Officer, to come and share about his capital plan for BITS. We will be talking about the BITS operating budget in our prosperous economy section of the budget. Today, we're just focusing on the capital projects in the capital plan for technology.
Thank you, Connie. Again, John Lloyd, Chief Technology Officer. BITS really has two missions in the world. One is the organizational mission, which focuses on internal county needs and processes. And the other is the community mission. And our mission to the community is to enable, as it says, unfettered access to all county records through the targeted use of information technology. We are in a position to make sure that people who need to make decisions have good data upon which to base those decisions. That's what information technology is all about. The changes to the capital plan for this year really fall in a couple of categories. One is previously, previously unused services or not used services. We're going to budget $150,000 to complete the fiber cabling plant in the downtown area, so that when all the construction is finished and complete, we'll be able to walk back in the building and have complete network access to all the things we need. The other is that we've got a number 6 software replacement. This is really generalized software that operating departments use, as well as building up a bank of money to spend when it comes time to replace the financial accounting system. So we're starting to stockpile funds for that. The other big thing, there's about $125,000 difference in PCs, copiers, and printers this year versus 2016. These kinds of purchases are cyclical, and we're heading an upcycle. This year was a down cycle on the expenditures. Next year will be an upcycle with more replacements. So, and these are some examples of 2016 projects we're going to undertake. The agenda management for your agenda management process, the process analysis is going to be starting this week. BITS had a retreat last Friday, all day Friday, talking about what we're going to be doing in 2015 to prep for 2016. And we're going to start on the agenda management. That's our number 2 priority project, to improve the process, make it quicker and easier to prepare, and less paper intensive. We're also planning to work with the HR department and add more modules to the HR information system. Right now, HR only has employee self-service and open enrollment. Modules that we planned, that we've purchased, we have rights to, that we're going to help HR implement next year, is performance and training, timekeeping, and recruiting. There are other various projects scattered across the organization. One particularly worth mentioning is the engineering operations management, the Cartograph product. Cartograph is a product that does a lot of things, has a lot of features. It's in use at Road and Bridge and shops at this point in time, and we've also found that other departments can benefit from tools and reporting that this product offers and features that it offers. So that fits into what we're calling our enterprise perspective, where if there's a problem in a particular area, we solve the problem locally in global fashion. So we can generalize from one problem solution in one department, we can transport it to another department, as opposed to every department having its own silo, its own software. So that's going to be particularly helpful, I think, and the operating side. And then there's some other standardized projects. But those are examples of what we will be doing in 2016.
You know, the one thing I've been kind of thinking about a little bit as we've gone through this transition to our own IT department, and I realize there may be employee trainings as each one of these new technologies and new programs is implemented for a given department, obviously how to use it, how to use all the functions of it. But I've wondered if we're not doing the type of general employee trainings that I used to see regularly noted with the city. They'd have lunch discussions and lunch trainings on different programs, and that way when it was an employee who might not even be using a software per se could develop better skills with their computer. I mean, often we get notices and it says, you know, please print out, you know, and post for your employees who don't use the computer, who don't get this email. And I'm not sure, you know, whether it's road and bridge operators, they're out in a truck, they're not really at a desk the way ComDev might be, or other departments. And so I just kind of wondered, are we offering as much support as we should for our employees, both to benefit their own career paths within the county, and then to really keep up with this changing, you know, world of Google apps, and how successfully have we really transitioned everyone into those new modalities?
Well, the short and the long answer is no.
Okay.
We have not provided enough training to this point in time. One of the topics of discussion at the retreat on Friday was how are we going to get the consuming departments educated. We have a proposal from a vendor, which we thought it was too much money, so we're going back and looking. But we plan to have, as you mentioned, brown bag lunch sessions. One of the problems we're going to face over the next year is locality, yeah. And that's going to be a big issue. One of the things that we do offer, of course, is computer-based training. So a lot of the training will probably have to be more online as opposed to in-person. But we are looking at the kinds of trainings to have to support the tools that we're using. So we're very much on track in terms of starting that process. But we've not got it completely designed yet. The curriculum is going to be more than just technology. It'll spread across the entire business.
Okay. Well, I appreciate knowing that that is part of your ongoing planning efforts, but I do think that's something that, as part of our transition, we need to focus on as well.
Absolutely.
John, I was wondering what the GIS kiosks are.
Well, you know, we have what's probably going to be one of the more award-winning GIS applications with maps and more. That's very widely in use, not just in the Valley, but across most of the western United States. The issue that we had initially was we were trying to bring that same set of information to a locality where there are lots of people that would have and we concluded that the library is probably a likely spot where we would actually have a kiosk, a physical kiosk, dedicated to geographic information systems. So we're still looking at kiosk design and trying to decide how much traffic warrants having one of these devices. We wouldn't want to put it at a bank next to a cash vending machine, but we might want to put it in the library.
So with the library, or would there be any other locations besides the library that you're thinking about?
Not that we've identified at this point. What we may wind up doing is having a mobile kiosk where there are certain events in town, conferences, we can take the kiosk to them.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. So this morning we presented different aspects of our capital plan, vehicles, technology, facilities, and roads. And then the question is, with our largest capital fund budget ever of $26.9 million, how do we pay for all of it? There are different parts to our financing for capital projects. The first is savings. The county has in the past had a save and spend model where we save up fund balance for a number of years and then we spend it down, save up and spend down depending on the nature of the projects that we're facing. And so you we'll see on our fund balance charts that we are doing just that. We're saving fund balance and then spending it down, and we'll save it back up again. We also have an ongoing revenue stream to fund our capital plan, and that is 52% of the general fund sales tax revenue. And then our third financing option is to borrow money. And so we will talk about that in our next slide. If Tom Oken is here, I'd like to ask him to explain different financing possibilities.
Coming up, Tom.
So this slide shows three alternatives for financing the facilities improvements. The first one, COP, stands for Lease Purchase Certificate of Participation. And essentially that is debt or bonds issued against the county's lease payments of the facility over a period of time. And because of that structure, it's not legal debt in that sense, according to statutes or the state constitution. And therefore, you don't have to get voter approval for it, which we do have to get for all other types of debt under both Tabor, the state constitution, and our home rule charter has a provision that predates Tabor that says all debt issues have to have voter approval. As a result, the likely interest rate on this form is a little bit higher than other forms of debt that would have voter approval, because basically it's a promise to pay from the county. You lose the facility if you don't pay. You know, it's essentially foreclosed on. But that is less sound than having an absolute commitment of a revenue source, you know, that we have. So we're projecting, you know, a year from now that interest rates might be about 1.5% higher than they are right now. And that's about the time we might be issuing debt, because we want to wait until we have a firm price on the facilities, so we know how short we are and how much debt we actually need to issue. So that interest rate of 4.6% is about 1.5% higher than current conditions. And our annual payment under that over a 30-year term would be almost $1 million, or $996,000 approximately, it says up there. The other two alternatives that require voter approval are, one, to issue sales tax revenue bonds, and voter approval for that, of course, can only occur in November under Tabor. So that timing doesn't work so well. It would for the financing, because we can probably cover the cash flow, you know, into 2017 probably. But if we got voter approval in November, we could issue in December or January pretty well. The advantage to getting sales tax revenue bonds, and basically those are bonds backed by our existing sales tax revenue, that's what the claim is on, is a slightly lower interest rate. And you can see the annual payments for that are about $960,000, so you're saving, well, it says $36,000 a year, but the total savings, which is in interest over that 30-year period, exceeds $1 million. But the present value of that, if you discount it, just so you can compare these in current terms, is about $588,000. The most secure debt we can issue is called general obligation bonds, And that is secured by our ability to levy a property tax to pay for that. So that would actually, if you got voter approval for that, that comes with an increase in property tax that's authorized. You don't necessarily have to use it, but it's authorized. And so that's probably the hardest debt approval to get. And the interest rate on that is only 1/10 of a point less than sales tax revenue bonds. So, you know, it wouldn't really make sense for us to try to go for that. But, you know, so the default is really the certificate of purchase route because we can do it and we can control the timing. And if interest rates are rising next summer and we have a fixed price, we might say, let's issue the debt right now. So that's what's in the budget is $1 million a year of debt service on a certificate of purchase for 30 years.
I guess a question and a comment. Certificates of participation on a lease purchase agreement are a very common tool used in Colorado for financing large projects like this?
Yes.
Yes, that was my impression. I constantly hear about people doing it. I just want to point out that while Tom can do somewhat of a projection of what interest rates might be by the time we're going into actual construction, what we can't predict with any real reliability is actual construction inflation. And so while the numbers with the present value of total savings, you know, are significant, although you don't receive those presently, you receive them over a 30-year period, you could just as easily see that gain eaten up by the cost of construction inflation. So waiting till next November to know if you're going forward, and then actually probably not starting until you don't start big construction like that in the dead of winter, you really could see some very significant shifts in construction costs is what I would perceive if the recovery continues as it has been, and all the fundamentals seem strong for that. The other would be to point out that the lease rates for the temporary space that we might be using would be markedly higher. And so we know we're going to have to relocate a significant number of offices for a pretty lengthy period of time. And so we're moving forward, I believe, on tomorrow's agenda to secure some of that important lease space, both for the clerk's office and for other departments. And so I believe that all told, the most efficient use of our dollars and our resources for this project and the product is the certificate of participation. Whoop, those guys both want to respond to my point first, if you can.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, actually, using sales tax revenue bonds and waiting until December or January December of 16 or January 17 to issue them and actually get the money would not slow down the project because you're funding a lot of it with fund balance. Okay, and this could be the end of the project financing, actually, and probably would be. It really wouldn't be paid out until 2017 sometime. So there wouldn't be any construction delay or construction
But there would be
inflation.
uncertainty about whether we could actually proceed until that point.
Well,
and so we wouldn't be able to sign contracts for the full nut until we knew we had all the financing lined up. And so the prices might
no,
be able to...
we know we can issue certificates of participation. That's the default.
Right.
So really, the question next November would just be, you know, do you want to pledge sales tax revenue against this debt and save interest costs or not? And it's not, are we going to finance this or not? It's, are we going to finance it
this way
with
or that way.
a less expensive method? And you don't have to make that choice right now. I mean, we can wait until next summer when we have firm numbers. We have projections, of course, that interest rates are going to be rising, just as the projections have been for the last several years. But we can look at the circumstances then and say, well, it's worth the cost of an election to save this or not, or we should just pull the trigger and go.
That's
And
a good point.
That's really the important point that I wanted to make. We're not asking the board as part of the budget process to make a decision on the financing now. We've built the budget with the most flexible financing option, which is the COPs. That will allow us to, as we get closer to the project, really track. Municipal bond markets are a little volatile right now, so we're going to need to watch those and what are the trends. There may be a reason that we want to go out for financing earlier based on that. Similarly to what you indicated, Rachel, depending on the timing of our project, are we going to be ready with firmer costs earlier, and would it make sense, would we need the cash flow? Those are things we don't have to answer as part of the budget process. Those are factors that we can bring back to you as we get into 2016 and make a recommendation on what we think is most feasible. The reason we chose to finance to the COP level is it is likely going to be if all other conditions are equal, timing-wise, interest rate-wise, everything else, it is the most expensive option, but the most flexible option. So that's what we wanted to finance to. That flexibility, as you pointed out, can save us money if the timing is important. And so we're going to, I think, get closer, and we'll make that recommendation about the financing option in 2016.
Thank you.
Well, if you to issue COPs, can you issue them in phases, or do you have to go for one big block?
It's more efficient to do it in one block because there are fixed costs to do a debt issuance. For instance, just bond attorneys that prepare the documents and all the legal stuff and help us prepare what's called the official statement, which is like an offering statement for a security. For the COP, it probably costs $30,000. So you don't necessarily want to repeat that fixed cost a second time unless you think interest rates might be falling and you could overcome that by only issuing what you need for a little while and then issuing some more.
Right. The reason I ask that is knowing where the interest rates are today and where you're projecting. So you're projecting that perhaps by the time you actually want to issue these COPs, the interest rates may be up another 1.5%. So if you were to issue some COPs earlier, take advantage of the lower interest rates now, wouldn't you save over 30 years substantially?
You would, but you'd have to do a second issuance.
Right.
And basically, we're paying interest at, let's say right now, 3.1% for the next year. And so you have a cost of just carrying the debt, but we can invest that currently at 0.25%. So we're losing 2.75% for a year or more because we've issued that earlier. So there's a cost to do it,
but
as well as an advantage, and really, trying to make that move, guessing where interest rates are gonna go. We would have issued, a long time ago, and interest rates haven't really moved too much. So
there's another challenge with COPs also is that oftentimes the underwriters will want to see a closer relationship between the value of the issuance and the asset that it's being issued against versus a smaller. So there's a lot of factors that go into determining the level of and potential success of those COP offerings, but we're going to be tracking that. We're very concerned about the two factors of construction inflation and kind of the volatility that we see in the municipal bond market. And, you know, as Tom was saying, that's really difficult for us to time appropriately or project. But we do understand that right now everyone is projecting volatility in that market, and the volatility will likely lead to an interest rate increase. So we're going to be tracking that as we get closer. Right now, our project isn't designed to a level sufficient even to go out for a COP offering. So we need to get past that. And, you know, I don't think we'll be there until that first quarter of 2016 anyway.
All right, thanks.
Well, quickly, when we get to that point, I think that, you know, there's, as you've said, many factors into a matrix like this. I think we should also include at that point, because we'll have it nailed down, what our monthly lease rate is for temporary facilities is, to me, as important as the interest rates in those first years. Thanks.
The next slide shows the general fund balances going back to the year 2000. And it just gives you a visual representation of what our fund balances have looked like. And you can see that there are years where we've built up and years where we've spent down investing in our different capital projects. 2016 is obviously a drop from 2015 as we're using about $5.5 to $6 million of fund balance to help fund our facilities project. But then we do project that it will continue increasing over the course of the next 10 years. Looking at just the 10-year snapshot, we have a lot of capital projects that will keep our capital section of the fund balance low until further out in our 10-year plan. But what's important to note on this chart is the blue section, which is our unrestricted general fund balance. And that is slightly growing and steady. That shows that we have a balanced operating budget.
And I would just note, even the dark green is not unrestricted. Those are funds that are available to the board. Why we colored that in was that represents the 16.7%, roughly 2 months of cash on hand that is recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association as a healthy fund balance. So everything over and above that is in addition to what the GFOA considers a healthy fund balance. And so, you know, the fund balances that we're maintaining are very healthy. There's good reason for that. We have potential volatility in our local economy that is as difficult to predict as the weather from time to time. And so we like to keep some additional funding over and above what's recommended by a GFOA. But just for the public's sake and yours, these are very healthy fund balances, even with the spend down for capital.
We are at our main decision point for our 2016 budget, and that is our general fund capital plan. This spreadsheet shows the summary of our capital plan. Again, all of the detail for the different sections of it is located in your budget binder or online. We have our revenue stream of 52% of sales tax shown at the very top of this spreadsheet. That is one of our main funding sources for the capital plan. Our revenues for 2016 total $4.9 million. And then working our way down through the spreadsheet, we see the different expenditure categories: information technology, dispatch, vehicles, roads, and then facilities. And our total expenditures down towards the bottom of $26.9 million. We have put the certificates of participation down below as our additional funding source, plus the accumulated fund balance from prior years. And it does leave us with a positive fund balance left over at the end, albeit small. And then down in the bottom section, going through the out years, 2017 through 2025, you can see that we have $1 million each year as a payment on certificates of participation or whatever funding option might be most appropriate. We put in the highest amount that we're projecting just to make sure that we are covered for whatever option is best. With all of the different projects that our different areas are projecting throughout the course of the 10 years, it does leave us with positive fund balances throughout the 10 years of the plan.
Just a minor thing, but based on the previous conversation, perhaps that's better titled facilities financing as opposed to COPs, because we're not sure that that will be the activity taken. And then it would be facilities repayments.
We can make that adjustment.
Okay.
Are there any other questions on the capital plan?
So what decision do we need to make? Since we have this big.
Yeah, so right now,
Okay.
basically what we're looking for from the board, we have put out a proposed budget. It comes to this summary sheet for capital. We're looking for direction from the board, whether you agree with our recommendation or whether you want us to consider amendments prior to final adoption in December.
George?
You know, as we've heard at our last budget hearing and today, the largest increase in the budget is due to facilities, capital expenses, and we've been working on that for the last year, understanding the need, sort of the risk reward. And so given today's presentation just further exemplifies the need for new facilities and showing that we've got a means to finance this without impacting taxpayers' dollars. I think it's a plan that makes sense, and I would support it going forward.
Rachel?
I agree with all George's comments. And this may or may not be the right place for this comment, but I missed at least one day of our retreat because I was so sick, or it would have been something I brought up there. But I've been concerned as we go forward on health and human service issues, the inability of folks to get appointments because of how many new insurance folks we have on Medicaid, the limited number of people who take those. And we've been working for quite a while on the dental care launch program. We've gotten good results. You know, there's been a lot of participation and things like that. But we continue to hear that if the Mid-Valley Center had a dental office, how great that would be. Now, I have no idea, is that $60,000 of equipment? Is it 45? Can you lease purchase that type of equipment? But I would like to find a way that we implement more and that we go forward with more on that and start to bring that up. And it's important that we're taking care of our facilities. I absolutely understand that. But there's other facilities that perhaps we don't have in our 10-year plan yet that we should look to find what type of upgrade we could do. And I would love to try to price that out and see what we could do to really advance that care level.
And just to build on that, we are in discussions with Mountain Family Health. There is nothing represented in our budget because there are a lot of partners involved in that, and it hasn't been sorted out. But we've got that on our radar, that particular issue on our radar
Okay,
screen.
that's great, because I know that within the green and the blue, we do have room for a little more here and there, and I don't want us to feel like that's so limited that, oh, we can't do that for 10 years till we finish this capital plan.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I mean, I agree with Rachel, we need to keep continuing to look at it, and I appreciate you bringing it up, but it's not ripe enough yet to put into the budget, just what you were saying. Those discussions need to be ongoing and come back to us for further discussion so we can make a determination as to what we need to do, where we need to do it, and how much it would cost and who the partners are. So the burden just doesn't come back on PitkinCounty because they say, you put it in your budget, you guys are paying for it. We want to make sure we have those discussions before we jump in.
Yeah, I agree fully.
Yeah.
That's why I was bringing it up. But I also don't want it to be something that is another 3 years from now. You know, it's a need we've known for quite a while. It's one thing to have the mobile truck come up, but we need more.
I agree with, especially how George framed it, supporting this plan. We've looked for, I don't know when it started, several decades at our shortfalls in the facilities, and this year we're really biting the bullet and, you know, putting the money on the table to come up with a plan to really bring us up to speed where we need to be on our facilities. So this all reflects it, and it's you know, some creative financing and some creative thinking in making this happen, but it shows on the paper, and I support moving ahead with that.
Yep, I don't see any need to amend it at this time. I think we should just move it forward.
Outstanding. Well, you'll like the next slide then.
It's lunch. Yeah, there we are. Well, we're only a half an hour behind, but. Thanks, Chris.
No, you gotta take a walk. Thank you all. We've got
Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on October 27th. We're doing our staff presentations on the budget for the flourishing natural and built environment departments. So next up we have open space and trails presentation.
Let's see if I can get my slides advancing here.
We're still on lunch break.
Yeah.
I like that.
Hard when you come back from.
Back to the pool.
Sorry about that.
We're done.
A review of everything we looked at this morning.
My
Okay,
life
yes,
is
we're
flashing
done.
before
Very
my
quickly.
eyes.
That's the pace we're gonna keep up here, guys.
You'll get breakfast.
Okay.
I can talk that fast if you need it.
So the next,
I've already read it also.
the next section that we are looking at is the conserved natural resources and environment in our core focus area of the strategic plan. And so we will begin with open space and then the solid waste center after that. Just one little note organizationally, in your budget binders after page 64, you do have an insert that contains the full work plan for open space. We've included 2016 within your slide presentation, but the full work plan is there in your budget binder in the middle of the slides, just so you know it's there for your reference. And with that, I will turn it over to Dale and Gary.
Thanks, Connie. I'll just say a few introductory remarks and then turn the detailed discussion over to this year, our 25th. And we're looking here on the slide at Emma Farms, which was the final piece of a three-part hat trick that we embarked on in 2011 when we went down to the background of that photograph and purchased the Andrew Saltonstall's property that was one of the pieces of the original glacier empire in Emma. This photograph is taken from PitkinCounty, looking across the county boundary out towards the balance of this landscape that's in Eagle County. Of course, we then succeeded in acquiring the glacier property, which is in the middle part of this picture, and then the conservation easement on Emma Farms, which puts us back into Pitkin County, and we've got a landscape now of 450 contiguous acres of irrigated lands and ranches that have been there for over 100 years. So we're pretty pleased with that. We had forged a great partnership with Eagle County and with GOCO. Our partnership with Eagle County, we knew it was big, but we didn't realize it's the largest partnership in a single suite of connected projects by two county open space programs in the history of the state. So we were happy to get an award for that. And I guess I'm driving the computer. Next up is on the right side of this photograph is the Lazy Glen open space that we purchased early this year. Has several attributes, including irrigated lands again, but significantly here, just on the far right side of this photograph, is a potential bridge connection to tie the Lazy Glen residents into the Rio Grande Trail system. We're all pretty excited about that opportunity to serve a low-income sector of our community and get them tied into the Rio Grande Trail. On the far left side of this photograph is property that we have under contract. We have a second reading on that tomorrow. George has gotten some new insights into the wonders that lay up Beone Gulch, so we look forward to getting that acquisition finally approved, and we will combine that property with the Lazy Glen open space, giving us a pretty nice little setting right at the mouth of Snowmass Creek, the confluence on the Roaring Fork, for another wonderful open space property. Now what are we looking at?
Well, this is, this goes into the major planning efforts for 2016, and this is kind of a redo of looking back from 2007 and 2008, when we wanted to look at the Castle Creek Trail and how to get the music school and Aspen Country Day School students safely from Aspen to the campus, and how do we do it? And so these pictures, we used them back in 2007. It hasn't really changed much. I mean, the reality is, there's a lot of places under construction up in Castle Creek Valley, and there's still a ton of traffic that loves to go up and look at the beauty up in Ashcroft. So this is going to be one of our big ones that we're trying to bring back, and we have a partnership with the city to start the design and to kind of look over, what happened in 2007, look at the design, redo it, work with Public Works pretty extensively on it, because it's obviously, it's not just a trail. There's a road issue. You can see it on the other side of the bus. It's still there, and it constrains that road in that spot. So what do we want to do with it? We want to bring it back for a big public discussion and really come up with alternatives that everyone here could make some decisions, and have one of our big funding partners be the city, and to have the city also help us look at what to do here. And this is going to be one of the big ones for 2016.
Rachel? A brief comment on that. I do believe there is still an allocation towards the trail portion of the project from the music festival from their campus approval. I don't think there was a timeline on that. But the one word you didn't really mention was rockfall. And this is a very dangerous rockfall road alignment up there on the top left. And so I appreciate you working with Public Works, and they know that. But it just struck me that it might be worth talking to or including some of the Independence Pass Foundation folks when you have those discussions, because they dealt with so much rockfall and extremely steep slopes up in the pass and unstable slopes for potential alternatives.
That's a great idea. We do still have, I think, about $250,000 from the music school to put towards the Castle Creek Trail.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Thank you.
Going back towards our acquisition successes from 2015, this is a photograph of a nice field trip that we took. Commissioner Noon was able to join us, and we've got open space trustees here. Hawk is here, and this is up Arbany Gulch, or sometimes called Deer Creek, one of the access points that we acquired in Snowmass Canyon. That's kind of a sister to Wheatley Gulch and hopefully Beone Gulch coming. Again, in Emma, we finished our hat trick with the 3 contiguous properties. I sometimes call them the Fertile Crescent because they sit right in a curve at the base of that red cliff. This is Toby Sprunk on the right. He's the director of Eagle County's open space program, and a great friend of ours, both professionally and a wonderful guy as well. But this is Tim McFlynn and his wife and Patty savoring the spoils of victory here. So
We're actually trying to figure out how to split that award in two to share it with Eagle County.
It's been over here more than over there.
Okay, that's okay with me. It's beautiful.
I told Toby if the effect of it is to channel dollars to this valley, they can keep it over there.
Well, in this one, you guys were there pretty recently. You know, that's Elk Park, and that's the depot, and this is a really great photo. Did Janet take this photo? I know whoever took this photo it's a great photo. It kind of shows the amazing partnership that has formed to complete this project. And, you know, this is where the county has come together as a county as a whole. And, you know, because this was purchased with general fund dollars and open space dollars. In the end, it's all county property. We did what the community would like and what was really best for the property. And I think this has been a huge success. And so far, the people in Redstone, you know, think this is incredible. I've gotten some really great positive feedback from people who don't even live in Redstone when they go down there and they see this. It hopefully will stop more people on the byway to come see what's available in Redstone, but also what's available in that valley. And then, you know, we're starting to get into some of the great successes that we've had partnership-wise, and this is Hunter Creek Valley. And we have been working really well with a lot of different partners, including the City of Aspen, ACES, Wilderness Workshop, the Aspen Fire District, and the Forest Service to manage about 4,000 acres in the Hunter Creek Valley on Smother Mountain. And the recreation and the trails have been an amazing piece of this. And in 2016, one of the big projects that we're pushing for as part of this partnership is to do a prescribed burn in the Hunter Creek Valley. And you're looking at the area that would be burned right from here. And there's a lot of oak brush and mountain shrub, and there's also a lot of aspen that is not doing very well. We're starting to get our monitoring reports back from CSU, and there's a lot of aspen up there not doing very well. So they're very excited to watch to see what happens when they do a burn through this area. And so this partnership is going to be big. We've kicked off a huge public process on this, and you know, with the PitkinCounty funding, the City of Aspen funding, and ACES funding, we're hoping to make this a reality in the spring of 2016. This is North Star, and North Star has been, you know, obviously a huge planning effort to redo the management plan in 2015 is going to lead to lots of projects that have been done this fall, but also a lot of projects coming up in 2016. And this is the picture you see from the air is, you know, at the volunteer restoration project, we had a lot of the paragliders show up to help, which was really great to see. And then they offered to take one of our county staff up there to take pictures. And Lisa McDonald with Healthy Rivers and Streams in the attorney's office, we sent her up, and she got a great shot of the restoration areas. She loved it, and we loved the shot. So
Nice.
And then, you know, we have Glacier for 2016. You know, we do a lot of this planning, and it takes a significant amount of time to do the planning. And after the planning comes, you know, the actual implementation of the projects. This is right at Hook Spur, at the beginning of Hook Spur. This is a pretty typical weekend where that parking lot fills up. And, you know, the county with Eagle County has purchased another about an acre across the street to expand this parking lot. And what we're planning on for next year is to start implementing the glacier management plan. And that would be, as we spoke about in the work session last week, I showed you all the plans that we're looking at for the design of the parking lot, soft trail along the Rio Grande in this area, and then continuing up into the Crown and creating a trail system from there. So this is one of our big implementation projects of 2016.
And I'd like to thank Michael Carricart for carving an acre off of his property and selling it to us for a fairly modest amount.
And this is the view you will have from the new to-be-named trail up in Sky Mountain Park. This is actually in the town of Snowhouse Village, Upper North Mesa, which is part of Sky Mountain Park. And there's a fen that you can see in the foreground, and the view is going to be amazing. This is one of the connections from the existing rim trail all the way back down. It's on more of the north side of Sky Mountain Park, and so this was in the Sky Mountain Park management plan. And so now that we've been designing this trail, and you just look at these incredible views, and you get to see some really unique landscapes. You don't see fens very often in Colorado, and random areas that have fens. This looks like a dry oak brush area, but it's actually got a fen on it. And we're going to also work with the town of Snowmass Village on what to do with it, because there's a lot of cattails in this, and it's not in the greatest shape. And so we are going to work with the town of Snowmass Village to see what can be done.
Any mammoths in there?
No, yet.
Gary, is that particularly wet because it was such a wet year this year, or does it kind of get closer to drying up during our drier years?
We did a biological study back in 2011, and that was a drier year. There was still water in it, but this is definitely, because this was taken probably by the end of August, this is definitely wetter than usual, but it doesn't truly dry out.
Yeah, okay, cool, thanks.
Okay, now as we start getting into some of the details, I want to show a graphic that we've borrowed from our colleagues in Larimer County, but it's an interesting one to look at as we go into the next part of our budget presentation. And what this shows is we're learning it's typical of every open space program that's run by local government in Colorado and beyond. But what this shows is you've got a fixed mill levy, and over time, as you start to acquire assets, your costs on your maintenance are going to climb, and proportionately that's going to draw some funding away from your acquisition program. Now, Connie astutely asked me, well, where are you guys on this graph? Well, after 25 years, we're right about here. We're still way back in the first part of this graph. Our maintenance funding is nowhere close to crossing our acquisition expenditures, and as a footnote, we don't appropriate our acquisition dollars at this time of year in a lump. We do that as we go, so they don't show up in the budget that we'll be looking at today. We'll be bringing those back as we get deals under contract that the county wants to acquire. But just in summary, so we're about here. We're starting to see that the tug between the management costs of the 20,000 acres that we succeeded in acquiring in 25 years, it's starting to tug onto the available acquisition funding. And we hope by next summer to be having a discussion with you about referring a measure onto the 216 ballot to continue this funding out beyond the 2020, where it's currently proposed to sunset. But we are reaching the maximum that we can do under the Pitkin County Charter, which is 15%. There's a line along here that caps what we're able to put out of this fund into maintenance, and that's one thing that we need to fix the next time we go to the voters with a slight charter amendment. So we're right about here, Connie, and that's a nice place to be after 25 years.
So, in 2016, we are looking at adding a new position and a new full-time position. With the seasonals are easier to, the property, the last graph shows, as you gain more property, you build more trails, you're going to need more rangers. You see it at North Star, you see it on the Rio Grande Trail. It's just the use is going up, and as we build more trails and buy more property, we're putting people all over the county. So a seasonal ranger and an extra maintenance to deal with noxious weeds and everything else that we have to deal with more property, that's pretty, we just grow as we grow in size. But the new position that we're looking at today is the Open Space and Trails Resource Specialist. And when I started back in 2002, I was kind of this position. I was the land steward, and it was, at the time, we had about 1,250 acres of fee-owned land and about 25 miles of trail. And it was more doable at that time. And the public was, we didn't do the level of public engagement we do today. And so as the program has grown, now we have over 4,500 acres of fee-owned open space and almost 74 miles of trails. And so, as it has grown, the ability for me to be able to make sure that we're getting all the maintenance done on all our properties and all the trail maintenance, property maintenance, noxious weeds, you name it, and then also dealing with the increases that you've seen in other departments. We get a ton of permit requests for right-of-way permits to use, not only for special events for using the trails, but also to cut a trail, or a utility has to do this. And it's amazing how many we get, and as the economies come back, we get more and more. And we just don't have the staff that can handle all of those requests and keep up. Because as you can see on the Stewardship and Trails Action Plan that you have, we've gotten to the point where we've become a lot more sophisticated in how we do our planning. And we've done a lot more public interaction on the planning, and it takes longer. And so with that longer amount of time and more involved amount of time, we also have to start implementing all the plans that we do. And with the planning and the implementation, we still have capital replacement. And it's great because capital replacement, we have been partnering with Public Works, the project engineer, and that's been a great partnership. But there's only so much that can do because they have, the general fund to manage too. So we just need another position to kind of be our land steward and person who can look after the natural resources, manage our maintenance crew to make sure that, we're mapping the weeds and then we're taking care of them. I mean, I have to admit, this summer was tough, as most people know, and I felt really kind of tough because I really put my maintenance crew out there and said, you guys got to do this. I don't have time. I got all these other things I got to do. And they don't have the necessary expertise to map the weeds and do all the things that they were supposed to do. There's a missing gap, and we need to fill that gap. And so that's why, in this plan document, you can see when we do project lead, anything that has an RS on it are things that can be handled by a resource specialist who has natural resource and some recreation background in there.
And let me just add that back in 1993, the very first board of open space, which included Steve's dad, adopted a policy to keep this program lean and mean on the staff side of things and devote as much of the available funding as possible to projects. Our board of directors, the open space trustees, leans on us pretty well to make sure that we do that. And this budget that we're proposing to you now has been vetted by the Board of Trustees in 2 different meetings. Our chair is here, Howie, thank you for attending, and they can also vouch for the need that we have with the things we're proposing.
Yeah. And so, on that position, if you go back one, our new positions, with the amount of properties we handle, we've asked for 2 new vehicles, which you heard about in the fleet presentation. And then we do have one position that was requested but is not included in the current budget plan, and it's kind of a shared heavy equipment operator. And it would be summer open space, winter road and bridge. And right now it's not included in the budget, but our open space board has, during the budget process, has approved at least the open space side of trying to get this position funded sometime in 2016, because what we have seen this past summer is when you have a healthier economy, it's very hard to get qualified people and qualified seasonals. We lost a seasonal in mid-season, and it was extremely difficult. It took us 3.5 weeks to get a new person hired, to get somebody sort of qualified to do it. And the person that we got had no experience working with open space, and it took a lot of training, and it was just difficult. And if we can find ways to keep, a heavy equipment operator, we deal with bigger equipment now. We share our equipment with Road and Bridge a ton, and if we would have somebody who is trained on all of that equipment and who can work in the winter with them, in the summer with us, it would be a great way to share the expense of a full-time position and keep somebody who has the ability to use all the equipment that we have. So it's something that,
He won't let me drive the backhoe.
there's a reason for that. But, I mean, we just want to put it out there as something that we would like to revisit coming up in the coming year to really see if we can make that happen.
So I want to just bring your attention back to this Stewardship Trails and Action Plan. It's a document that was approved at our last meeting by the Board of Trustees, and it sets our work plan for next year and for the out years. One agreement that we have with our Board of Trustees is there's nothing set in stone here, in that if a priority were to emerge that the county wanted to put something on our front burner, and there was consensus among the two boards that direct our activities, then we can jostle this around, with the caveat that if we put something else on this list, something that's here now has to move. And we've learned the hard way that if we don't do that, things get added to the list and nothing comes off, and then we kind of go crazy. But in any event, there's an example that came from the Open Space Board and from the recent initiative of the governor's office on this 16 Trails for 216 initiative. We've applied to get the Crystal Trail on that list, and we've committed to the Board of Trustees that if we are offered a spot on that list and it's contingent upon us doing something in 216, we'll bring this Stewardship Trails and Action Plan back for an adjustment. There may be some other things. We've been talking to John Peacock about some other priorities that are sort of still orbiting in the ether that may come back and cause us to want to have a discussion on this list. We've got specific projects here, and of course we do need to gear up and allocate staff and resources to the projects that are teed up for 216. But we have a joint meeting between the commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Board for mid-December, where some of this could be subject to discussion depending on external things that are going on with the Crystal Trail and other similar projects that may want to come home sooner than we currently have them planned.
And so I don't need to go through all of these, as most of you guys understand a lot of the details here, but the way it's broken out, there's planning and there's implementation and then there's capital replacement. And so those are the big things that we have. We feel pretty confident that we can finish most of this list in 2016 with the additional staff. You gave us part of that project engineer, which is great, and if we get a resource specialist to really step in and hit the gap that we have currently, I think this is a very doable. We do have a public expectation when we buy these properties to start planning them. In the past, we kind of could put them away for a little while and plan them in the future, but the public gets very excited about this stuff, and putting like a Lazy Glen Bridge off for years, it's just, I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to that community, and it's kind of like one of those things where you look at and construction costs never go down. They usually mostly always go up. So a lot of these things is one of those things where we look at, when we buy these properties, we try to plan them as quickly as possible and put them on the list and get moving. And so, next year it's Deer Creek and Lazy Glen, and then doing the Castle Creek Trail planning. And those are pretty significant planning projects. We have some smaller ones. You can kind of see how we did a time commitment type of graphic on the left to kind of show you what our huge public process is, medium, large, and small, to kind of give you a feel of where we think these things will go for next year. So, but I'm happy to take any questions you have on any of these things, because we do have a lot of partners that we have.
Oh,
George?
This is more on the capital side.
Yeah.
There we
So,
go.
yeah, so getting into the implementation side is also the same thing. It's basically implementing the management plans that we all approve.
Well, I just a couple of comments. I would agree with you, Gary, that I think it's important that as you go out and acquire new properties, that we don't let them just lay in a fallow, that we look at putting together management plans within a reasonable amount of time. And so if it's access to public lands, that the public can then start to enjoy them, or as you said, the Lazy Glen Bridge, so that community can have a safe access to the Rio Grande. So I would encourage you, and I support that concept, that you purchase and then you put together a management plan for that piece of property. I would also comment on, I'm glad that you are looking at applying for, getting on the list for the 16 for 16, the governor's initiative, because that may be a great opportunity to tap into some funding that we may not normally have, and we will certainly need if we get that, in terms of starting a planning process up the Crystal River Valley to continue that trail. And then lastly, the only thing that's not on this list, but is probably just a work in progress, is I would encourage you and your board to start to think about what you want to do with the improvements that have come along with some of the land acquisitions this past year, specifically some of the houses.
Oh, yes, you would, in our joint meeting, we'll start talking about some of that stuff, because we've got to, that it's a kind of a, it's been a big year for us to buy properties with improvements on them, and we've got to figure out, both boards really need to work together with staff to figure out what to do with them, because it affects the planning of the property significantly, because if you're gonna, resell them or not, that makes a big difference.
And we're planning to bring recommendations to the joint meeting in mid-December on that very topic. We don't have a lot of experience with the question of, are we better to scrape these things and turn it into pure open space, or are we better to put some dollars back into the open space fund? It's a kind of a weighing that we haven't done very much of, but it's going to be one that we'll get some practice doing at the December 15th meeting.
So, yeah, these are the big ones for this year, and so, in the past, we've shown you just a capital replacement plan. What we've tried to do is, in this plan, is to give you everything in one place where you can see for 2016, what the actual cost to open space, is it a planning or implementation or capital maintenance type of project? So you guys can weigh in on priorities too, and that we can make sure that we're meeting the needs of all the citizens for 2016 and beyond. So the only thing that you might see is why is some of those highlighted, and basically we were using this as a planning tool at the Open Space and Trails Board. Some of the highlighted things were things that might have to be moved if we don't get the resource specialist position, because these are projects that that are truly geared for a qualified resource specialist type position, and we want to make this list more realistic than in the past, because
Lindsay calls it Gary Light.
Gary Light, oh yeah, Gary Jr. actually she calls it, but honestly, we want to make the list more realistic for the public and for you guys to look at, because we've also done in the past where we throw everything into a list and we get as much as we can done, but that doesn't give a really realistic look for the public of what can they expect in 2016.
Howie, did you have anything to add from the point of view of the trustees?
You'll have to come up to a microphone.
You have to come and talk.
Oh,
okay.
Thanks for letting me make a few comments from the Board of Trustees' point of view. Gary just really highlighted and dramatized why the stewardship trails Stewardship, Action and Trails Plan. Is that what it is? The STAP.
Stewardship and Trails, yes.
STAP is so important because really the backstory is, as Gary said, is we were just accumulating properties and accumulating management plans and expectations, but with no real organization. And I think what we've come to realize over the past 18 months is that we really have to start prioritizing both in, these projects in terms of importance and funding allocation as well as manpower allocation. And that's led us to this action plan to give you something that can refer back to. I'd suggest even more importantly something that we can manage our accumulated assets more effectively by. And as we did that, we realized the resource specialist becomes a critical person to enable us to take care of what we've got, also provide for some of the opportunities that George is talking about, going up the Crystal, or perhaps even taking on an equally challenging project going up Castle Creek. So we can both manage our expectations from our users and as well and manage the expectations from our capital land assets that we've acquired with public dollars. So I'd be glad to handle any questions if I can with respect to the board's position if you have those.
Well, I'd really just like to compliment staff and your board on this work product. I think it's a more definitive roadmap than we've had before, which gives you potentially a more definitive grip on future costs. And it also really points out, and I think if you look back over the course of a year, the management issues, when you have the dog poop flagging on Smuggler or, other areas where people are concerned about safety on the trails, that becomes a real equal need and demand to new acquisitions in critical areas. So again, just thanks for the dedicated work of our volunteer board.
Here.
Okay.
So do we get the money?
Well,
Here's the decision point. Yes,
Don't rush it, Howie, don't rush it.
This is exactly why I don't let Dale drive the back. So we got to this is where you can really see the multi-year plan on how it works for the entire fund, from administration, acquisition, trail acquisition and construction and maintenance. And this gives you kind of the overview of our funding through 2020.
The total expenditure appropriations for Open Space Fund for 2016 are proposed at over $5.4 million, which of course does not include the acquisitions which will be appropriated as they come up throughout the course of the year. You see on the left-hand side the different percentages of the different areas, how much of the fund is allocated to open space acquisition and improvement, trail acquisition and construction, and then maintenance.
And then the biggest point, what Dale was talking about earlier, was if you look at the maintenance line item, you can see that we're at 15%, and we don't have a ton of money to play with in that maintenance balance by 2020. We try, one thing we didn't mention through this whole thing is that the Nordic Trails are also funded through this program. And, we have worked really hard keeping that funding, robust, but also well balanced with the rest of ours because it comes out of that 15% maintenance. So that's why we feel that, coming to the next reauthorization, we're starting to hit that long-term management, the line's going up. We're going to have to start playing with these percentages.
Interestingly enough, the charter we had when I started allowed us to go up to 20% on maintenance. It was started at 10 and went to 20, and we knocked it down in 1999 to put more money into the acquisition side. So now we need to go back and fiddle with that, and the only way the county can do that is to present a charter amendment to the voters.
Well, and if you look at the blue trail acquisition and construction budget, it's now at 10%. And so, yes, it could go up to almost 30%, But to do the long-term trail building projects like the Crystal and Castle Creek and all this other stuff, we're going to have to be able to really look at all these numbers and figure out a way to make it fit. I think it can, because, you look at the acquisition and improvement, and if you work over time with that, I think, overall the fund is very healthy. It's just how you allocate the funds between these different programs.
Where in the budget does the new person fit on this page?
That's the new position would be a maintenance position. So it would be coming out of the maintenance budget.
Okay. And if you're already at 15%, that's what I was wondering, you're at 15%.
You can see we're drawing down a reserve in that account.
Yeah, see, in the past when we weren't using 15%, that's why we have a reserve. But by 2020, we'll be at about $275,000 left of a reserve in maintenance, and I'm always worried in the maintenance world of, mudslides on the Rio that year. That was a $75,000 fix. You get some of these little maintenance issues, and having no reserve would be a real big bummer.
Good point.
George?
Great question.
So if you go back to maintenance, Gary, and you look at the bottom line, projected year-end maintenance balance, why does it drop substantially from 2016 to 2017?
In 2016 to 17, well, it's a piston bully. If you look, do you have the 2017 Stewardship and Trails Action Plan?
No, I don't, but that's, you can just.
It's you do. We have almost $900,000 in resurfacing and, trail resurfacing projects for the Rio. The Rio is getting to about 20 years old, and so 18 to 20 years old. Like this year, we did a pretty large resurfacing project, but, there's certain sections that we're looking at, and we push as far as we can. But by 2017, I think we're going to be needing to do about another 2 or 3 miles of resurfacing because the trail is almost 20 years old. So yeah, and then there's also a piston bully involved in that year. So we're trying hard not to put those all in one year, but it's sometimes, we push piston bullies as far as we can, but there's a point where they look at the maintenance just like our fleet does, and because the city maintains it for us, and they're like, this is an 8-year cat, and we should get rid of it in 8 years. So.
All right, thanks.
Rachel?
Yeah, one kind of specific question. On the Rio Grande Trail, the final segment from the Stein Park to the new work that was just done, where is that in the planning efforts? I know it may take more community outreach and planning efforts that way first.
Right. We aren't earmarking funding for a change because the plan called for a revisiting the question to see if the public are satisfied.
Yeah, we have that geared up to start looking again in 2018.
I was just wondering, because, we do have the gorge plan as well as the Rio Grande Trail itself. And that is one we still kind of continually hear from the public. I would commute in if it was paved, and I wouldn't get to work all muddy on that road. And are we putting people on McLean Flats instead of using it for commuting as well as recreation? And so I just would kind of question that being quite so far off.
When we did the gorge planning, at the time, no one wanted to tackle that next piece. That was one of those put into the future. And then if you look at all the other projects we have for the next 2 years, for 2016 and 17, doing that hard surface connection into Aspen is going to be a significant planning effort because of the fact that, we also want to look at how do you connect the intercept lot. You connect the intercept lot, and because this all can join together. If you do a bridge, you can potentially do 2 instead of trying to have to fit one in on the Shale Bluff side of the highway. So it's a pretty we should look at it all at once, and we didn't have the real staff time in 2016 or 17 to do that. but it's something that, that's why it's great we have these joint meetings. That's where we can bring it back and really have a discussion. Where on the priority list should it really go?
I mean, I guess my perception of it is we approved the easy part that was on the flats and not that challenging. But, and I do agree with the greater connectivity and fitting in the plan overall. But at the same time, there really is only one route through Stein Park to connect to the other part. And if we don't, so if we continue to de-aggregate it, we might be able to do parts that are usable before we get to the major concept of connecting to the Intercept lot or the Airport Business Center. I just, this is just me, but it's hard to say, well, we've acquired this over here, we want to get the Lazygen community connected to the Rio Grande as soon as possible. But over here, we have an asset that we've had for decades, and we're still not going to proceed with that work for another 2.5 years or 2 years to even start the planning process. So I'll just leave that as a footnote, but I do have concerns. It seems that Stein Park to connecting is, and I know there's tricky sections of it, but by involving the next bridge, we make it more complicated than just the old Rio Grande Trail itself.
And I just make a footnote that there was not a consensus in this community that it's not complete already.
Yeah.
Some people believe that it is. It's often pointed out to me, they run the Tour de France on some aggregate sections that aren't paved, and some people like it that way. I think the majority view on our public surveys tilted in that direction at the time, so it's a good question, and we are not quite sure what the answer is.
Yeah, I mean, I would just echo that comment. I think there is connectivity right now. There is a hard, soft surface that is rideable on a road bike. I do it. And so, but there is this dilemma in terms of not having a consensus within the community. If half want to keep it as a hard, soft surface and the other half want to keep it paved, I think that's the challenge that we have in terms of trying to make a decision.
Yeah, I just feel I'd like to see the planning effort kind of go forward, because I don't know that you'll have a real difference later. And it seemed that, maybe if we deviate from some of our standard trail widths of the paved, we could still have a soft surface. But, to me, this trail is a little more unique in that it does have a commuter purpose of people who would ride it 4 or 5 days a week, as opposed to a recreational choice this time, and my next recreational choice is going to be up to Castle Creek. There's a lot of options for recreational choices on trails, but if it's a really direct commuter connection to our town with our transportation problems, I just see a little more priority on trying to work that out and get further along. But I'll leave it at that. I remember the reports. I know it was back and forth, but again, I just don't want to see it get so involved that nothing happens for a very long time.
I just suggest that we put that on the top of the list for our joint meeting, and we can discuss it at length then.
Yeah. So it doesn't future joint meeting, it doesn't have to be the very next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't do the next one. The next one's going to be pretty,
packed.
Yeah, packed.
We can go to the
well,
next
because
one.
this wouldn't. We are definitely not ready to do that in 2016. But
sure.
Let's do that as one of our joint meetings, like in March of 2016, and kind of talk about it then.
Okay. So you need us to make a recommendation to move this forward as part of the budget process?
Yes, so this is a decision point for the board, if you would give your preliminary approval for the open space and trails budget.
I think we need to look at it and move it forward without any amendments at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
No,
Thanks.
Thank you.
thanks.
Still don't have the money yet for that.
We still don't have the money.
Well, the check's coming in tomorrow.
So next we have the Solid Waste Center.
All right. Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Manager.
Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director.
Well, I have to say we're having a busy year at the landfill. I think I said that last year. We're having a busier year than last year. Just to kind of give you an overview to kick it off. September, we broke a revenue record. Looks like we're going to beat that record in September in this October. So we broke a record with trucks across the scale in September with 313 trucks coming across the scale in a single day. That's a big day. We have since blown that 3 times. Last week we did 367 trucks across the scale. So it's a constant flow of traffic. Yeah.
What's in the trucks?
It is construction demolition debris and a lot of dirt and rock. There's about 4 big jobs going on right now. So it's busy.
So the dirt and rock we can process and ship out.
We'll make into aggregate.
The construction debris is still being ground up at this point?
Currently being ground up.
Used for daily cover?
Yes.
Okay.
So we tell community development to slow it down or find a place to put all these trucks.
I'd appreciate that, yes. So we had a lot of good things happen this year at the Solid Waste Center, and one thing I want to point out is our compost operation. We completely revamped the compost operation, and it started late last spring, early summer with the wet weather that we had. We had mud pits. Trucks were getting stuck on the compost pad. It wasn't draining correctly. So we made the decision to move the compost off to the side and work with our Road and Bridge Department, who helped us, kind of guided us on filling in with material to bring it up to level. They came up and graded it for us and compacted it. And then we were able to put the windrows back onto the pad. About the same time, Fleet got our windrow, our tractor pull behind windrow turner, all retrofitted and ready to run. So that's what started. The compost operation looks a lot different than probably the last time you were out there. We developed a detailed scope of work and an operations plan. The windrows are much smaller, which allows us to turn them with the windrow turner on a regular basis. It's a much more efficient operation. We're able to get the compost off the pad and into a holding area and process it quicker. And we're already seeing a much better product. So we're very excited about that. In the spring, you'll see us, along with the grant we won from the state of Colorado, we'll be bagging the product and selling it retail as well as at the landfill. So good operation, and a big shout out to Fleet as well. They had to tear that tractor down twice to get a crawler gear on it, and you go down to Fleet and the tractor was completely in pieces. And they got it back together. So much more confident than I would have been at it.
Are we getting enough organic material at this time for that composting?
Yeah, big part of that is the biosolid material that comes in from the wastewater treatment plants, as well as food waste. And with that state grant, we're looking to increase the amount of food waste that's coming in.
Thank you.
Are we getting enough nitrogen waste in?
The biosolids is an excellent source of nitrogen. Carbon is what we struggle with wood chips. So we've got a good supply now with the brush that we ground from the fire mitigation work, as well as the material customers bring in. Some other successes, a big one was the scraps grant. This was the state of Colorado CDPHE grant for $201,000. That kicked off in July, and we are moving forward. We've already purchased the bagger machine, compost containers, the metal bear resistant bins that we'll be passing out to participants in the program. So that's gotten off to a very good start. We were awarded the Environmental Leadership Gold Award from the state of Colorado. We just went down last week and accepted that award. We are in the category United Airlines got the Gold Leadership Award, Goodwill Industries, Larimer County. So we're in pretty good company. We're very excited about that. And then we've also worked to convert the MRF building, the large warehouse-looking building. With all of this new equipment that's arriving on site for the landfill, in taking the landfill operations in-house, there's a lot of big equipment that isn't easily moved. So Fleet is setting up a satellite workshop to be able to work on that equipment at the landfill. We've also created parking. A lot of the equipment needs to be parked inside, whether it's the hydro seeder that we're using for the spray on ADC, the sander, anything with water. A lot of that needs to be parked inside over the winter months to keep it from freezing. So we've created areas for parking in that as well. So moving forward to 26 activities, we're bringing the landfill operations in-house, which is requiring a lot of new equipment purchases, which is already the equipment is already starting to show up on site. Over the next month, we will see the remaining equipment arrive, and that includes the landfill compactor, another loader, dozer, the haul truck just arrived last week. So a lot of exciting things going on. We're also bringing on 3 new employees to allow us to expand the operation. We will.
Have
Yes.
you brought any of those employees on yet?
We've made offers today, so.
Okay, and just by chance, are any of them employees or former employees of the current operator?
Yes, 3 of them.
Okay.
And we are still working with Heartland in a transition planning phase. It's working well. So there's no surprises. Heartland knows that these employees did apply.
Okay.
We will continue to move forward with the landfill expansion. Given all this, C&D and trash that's arriving on site, we're going to need the space sooner rather than later. So we will continue working on that this year as well. And we will also continue working on the septic wastewater treatment issue. We will be back in a few months to update you on where we're at. We've had several good meetings. We held a regional roundtable with operators, with septic haulers, with environmental health professionals from Eagle, Garfield, PitkinCounty, and we got a lot of good feedback. We need to also, some next discussions with higher level people, the decision makers. So we will be back in a few months and to update you on what we found out and some recommendations on moving forward. It's not included in our budget. We didn't put any wastewater treatment money in the budget, so we'll deal with that as we move along in 2016 and make some decisions there.
Just to throw this out there, but Northwest Colorado Council of Governments does do facilitator opportunities as part of our member fee, our membership. So if you felt that any of those meetings needed that, you can get in contact with me or with John, and we can help facilitating.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, looking at kind of our 2016 proposed expenditures, we're looking at $3,847,000. Projected revenues, $5,283,000. So we should have a pretty healthy surplus back into our fund balance. And that's the crew out there. I want to thank them. They've done a lot of hard work. We're working like crazy out there to keep things operational. Okay, so moving into our budget. Do you want me to go?
Okay. So this is the 5-year plan for the Solid Waste Center. It's laid out the same way that we do our general fund operations, with the revenues on the top section of the spreadsheet, and then the different labor categories down below that. So you can see that for 2016, there's, as Kathy said, over 5.2 million in revenues, and then expenditures 3.8 million. Down below the operating expenditures, there are replacements. You'll see in the orange or peach colored column for 2015 that is where the large equipment purchases were budgeted as we brought the supplemental request to the board in 2015 for taking over the landfill operations. So the capital expenditures in 2016 are relatively low, just under $40,000. The net surplus for 2016 is estimated at $1.4 million. And then down at the very bottom line of the spreadsheet, it shows the total fund balance for the landfill, which you see going out through 2016 through 2020 is growing each year significantly. So it does leave a lot of room for different projects that may come up as they go through this 5-year plan. The next to the bottom line on this spreadsheet also shows the reserve that is set aside for closure and post-closure of the landfill. Are there questions on the 5-year plan?
Kathy, on your total revenues, we're showing a decrease in 2016, and I noticed that you don't have a grant that we were granted in 2015, but given your earlier statement that you're posting new records in terms of loads going in, knowing that what we approved this morning is going to add to that next year, as well as many other, frankly, many other commercial projects in town. So why would your revenues from your service charges be going down? I would think you'd be going up.
If you look at the 2015 original budget, the revenues were at $4.7 million. The number in the orange-colored column is the estimate for year-end 2015, which actually has gone up as they have gone throughout the year. When they were preparing the initial budget, I think we erred more on the side of being a bit conservative with the revenue budget, not wanting to overestimate, and so that's why you see the difference between the 2015 estimate and the 2016 budget.
And landfills operate, you know, they match the economy. So as long as the economy's good, if we see a downturn for some reason, we'll see that as well. So I think we were being
I'm just guessing next year's going to be extremely busy construction-wise between commercial and residential. That I guess that would just be a windfall for you, because you're not going to, at this point, you're not going to be looking to add staff or anything. So you just put that back into the operations or into your bottom line for your fund balance.
Correct.
And then that fund balance may get leveraged depending on what the board decides on other projects that right now aren't included in this budget, but that we've been continuing to analyze, whether that be like the septic project, or well, I think just the septic project is really the big one that's online right now. But the board is also going to have to wrestle with questions about how we're funding the recycling and how we're going to divvy up responsibilities between our partner entities and those sorts of things. So there may be other requests coming against that additional revenue.
Just real quick, the other thing that's not in the revenue is all the windfall monies we're going to collect from the bagged compost and the new paint. So I think that'll help bump that up a little bit too for next year.
Springboarding off both George's comment and Patty's, you know, it seems to me that in the past we've had some kind of longer work sessions separate from budget season about setting the rates and the tipping fees and the construction debris costing and by loads. And it seems like it's been a little while since we've done that. And so I don't know, I know it's a balance that we don't want to be so high we drive people to other facilities, and we don't want to be underpricing our asset as well because of the space limitations and the cost. And so I think it'd be good to really have that in the future at some point, kind of a check back in. And then it's also kind of similar to the programs you brought up, because I'd like to continue those. I know they have a lot of intrinsic value, but it'd be nice to have the cost of administering the program versus the revenues, you know, as a projection, so we can see where that goes in the future as well. And it's a, you know, just in its infancy, so, you know, I want to give it a lot of time, but I think we need to start with some sort of baseline and then be able to gauge its effectiveness and how we're pricing things. The other thing that is important for me on this budget, and I would look at it as needing to be a line item. It may be built in somewhere else, but that is our public outreach and education. And, you know, I just often go to other communities, as you know, and travel and business commitments, and you'll see really nice ads to tell people what they can do, what they can't do, where they can do it. I know we're employing more social media and we're doing more, but actually, we've done a lot more in the past 2 years. But whenever we do this, I think it's just a constant training of people, because we have so many new arrivees in the community every year. We have a constant switchover of people that, you know, who knows, could be 20, 25% of the population. And I really would compliment you on the programs that you've been doing, but it's so much out there that we still can do. And I don't want to go super elaborate, but, you know, when you get kids young into that sense of reducing and reusing, recycling, that goes a long way later. And so I just would love to see that as being a little bit of a line item, and then you guys knowing that throughout the year you have that to work with, and what are going to be your major initiatives to try to get the public more up to speed and then continue to reinforce our messages.
So Rachel, we usually do a wrap-up meeting before you bring this. We can, I think, break that out and then have a discussion about the adequacy of that prior to going to final adoption. Does that
would be
match
great.
what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, back in the day, you would go to the landfill and you actually would be taking more materials out than you were bringing in because there was a lot of debris from construction that was actually very usable and you could actually build with it. And I know we've gotten away from that over the last several years, and it may be a staffing issue or place to store stuff. But again, given all the construction, and if we want to use that theme of reuse, reduce, and recycle, is that worth revisiting?
I agree. There's a project in California, actually Waste Management's doing it, where they are trying to separate out as much good construction demo, reusable as possible. We are going to be changing the working face operations a bit, in which we're not grinding C&D starting in March any longer. So, it's a possibility that we could focus on, we'll have an excavator there picking out usable material, metals as well, because it's recyclable, and trying to set up some type of program. But I think it's doable.
Mm-hmm. George, that's great. I totally agree. I kind of spaced that we used to do that, but I mean, I think we all in this valley have some structure or some door or some porch that's made out of recyclables from the landfill, and we're very proud of that. And I think that's something we should bring back again if possible, because I think people miss that. Mm-hmm. That's a really good point, George.
That could especially be beneficial when we quit using the construction material for the daily cover and do the mulching system.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to have all the construction material that was being useful before, and now it's just going to be taking up space.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could divert some of that, that would be good. Okay. Okay. Thumbs
Yes.
up on moving ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you.
The next success factor that we're looking at today is well-planned and livable built environment. And with that, we will have our Community Development Department come and talk about their budget.
So Cindy, I have to ask, is that the big closet, the big office, or the little office?
That's Mike's office.
So you're all standing in Mike's standing office. Yeah, look at that.
Phone booth we decided.
So who were you taking the picture?
I forget, actually that was last year. I don't know if I must have been taking the picture.
Because you're not in the closet.
Yeah, is it like how many people you can fit in a Volkswagen kind of a thing?
We're actually very proud of those offices. We think they're nice. So
I think they're kind of cool, but I think we might want to step it up a bit.
Well, thank you for having us. We decided that we'll each take our sections and talk about them a little bit, but Kurt is out. He had surgery on his Achilles tendon and decided it would be better to stay away. So I have his notes here, and I'll play the environmental health role today. So we want to get started and just talking a little bit about our successes, but what I'd like to really point out with that first picture is just what a great group of people we have, and how appreciative I am and thankful I am to have such a wonderful staff to work with, because we are collaborating more than ever amongst these different disciplines, and I think really touching down on a lot of the strategic plan values in our work. So I just wanted to make that comment before we got started and talk a little bit now about some of the 2015 successes, and start with Brian.
Okay. Well, the first bullet point there is collecting valuation deficiencies, and what that means. Back in May of 2013, we implemented the audit of the evaluations at the front end and at the back end. And since we've been doing that in 2013, we've actually collected about $1.28 million in deficiencies and adjustments throughout the project. So I think that that's been a great kind of boost in the arm to the revenue stream in the building department. We're looking at, on the second bullet there, a third banner year of construction costs, and what they kind of translate to is that, just as the landfill said, we're busy. We're averaging probably about 3,000 inspections a year for the last 3 years. And that averages out to about 12 per day, which sounds kind of manageable, but it doesn't come in that way. We've had days just in the last month where Monday we had 8 inspections, on Friday we had 44. And so it just depends on who's available to go out and getting my staff rearranged to get that taken care of.
It's a pretty big county to travel to.
And travel time is a big factor.
And just a footnote on that too, our policy is that if you call, we will get to your inspection within 24 hours. So it's a pretty good turnaround for inspection as far as a county, our geographic size. So.
Yeah, that is our commitment, is 24-hour turnaround. You call in by 7 o'clock today and we'll still come today. So that's it.
What sort of, do you have a system for like bunching up? If someone's going to the Crystal River, you catch everybody along the way who can make that trip work? Do you have a computerized system, or is it just like somebody, you can look at the different places and just figure it out real quickly?
Definitely, we sit down every morning and look at our load and divide it up as far as who's going to be in certain areas. Ray lives in Redstone, so I always work him towards his home, and I let Jan do stuff in her general area so that it's convenient too, at the end of the day, to just finish your day down valley and not have to come back up and spend another trip driving up 82. So we do routing system. Right now it's all manual. We were hoping that within going into a new program that it'll actually be something that could be automated. But there's still kind of a human factor of what makes sense too, and we have to divide the electrical stuff up to Ray or myself specifically, so there's some balance there that we have to kind of work into the mix. So right now it's all a manual process, but we do have a process. I meet with them every morning and we shuffle through the deck and see who can go where. So, moving on to plan reviews, we've had 52 commercial permits in 2015, 399 residential. The residential equates to about $124 million in revenue. So once again, it's been a banner year. Just looking at the single-family residents, we did 29 single-family residents last year, ranging from 500 square feet to 10,000 or plus square feet, most of them being in the 4,000 to 10,000 range. So, and then getting back on to the other bullets up there, we are tracking on our budget that we predicted, which was an aggressive budget for 2015. We're about 71%, where we should be about 3/4 way into our budget. So my prediction is that we will make budget this year. We're about 99% of 2014. So 2014 was a huge year as well. So budget-wise, we're doing very well. Other successes for this past year is we knew that we had the sunset on the sprinklers in the residential building code, and that sunset is January of 2016 on whether or not that would go into effect. And having met with the 4 fire districts, we've come to consensus that I'll be able to bring to the board on where we'd like to go in that area, and that's something that we'll want to do a work session with the board as we go into the adoption process of the 2015 codes. I have also had the opportunity to meet with some energy consultants. And it's interesting because we talk about updating and revamping our energy code, but as I meet with a lot of them, a lot of the ideas we already have in place, and we're already kind of ahead of the game in so many ways. They brought some things to me to look at that were already a lighter version of our efficient building program that they're doing over in Eagle Valley. And the National Building Code is basically a restructured version of our efficient building program. So looking for new innovative processes is going to take reaching the right consultant and really sitting down and delving through what the board's desires are and where we want to go. So I'm sure there's going to be lots of work sessions going into next year on the energy code, the efficient building program, and the REMP program. So we are working in a phased process to work that through, and I'll get into that as we go into 2016's goals. So 2016 goals.
We can do that.
We'll step to that in a minute, okay? I was gone.
He just says, or you can do it now, it's fine.
Would you like me to continue while I'm on?
Yeah, we'll just go with the, keep on with planning now.
For planning and zoning, the good news is, from a financial standpoint, our end of September report, 3/4 of the year, looks clearly as if we'll make budget. That's always our first goal. And we are likely to be slightly above budget because we're slightly above where we were last year at this time, both in total revenue and in land use applications. I think the land use applications will turn out to be about the same as 2014. Our revenue in the budgeted realm, and to a great extent that is because part of the planning and zoning budget includes the zoning fees. That's Joanna Schaffner's review of building plans, Tammy Cochin's review of building plans, and that's significantly higher than it was in last year because, as Brian said, we're having a banner year in terms of building permits, and planning and zoning does get a percentage of that. But we'll be right where we should be budget-wise, but I don't anticipate going over budget greatly, and we'll be about the same as last year in applications. But it's interesting when Brian said this was we've had 3 banner years of building permits. So I was looking back, so that would be 2013, 14, and 15. Our banner year in land use applications was 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. So there's clearly a lag between banner years and planning, our approval of site plans. They're, as you know, they're vested for 3 years. Someone comes in usually at the very end of the 3 years after they've received their land use approval. So if they got a land use approval in 2011, they'll be waiting till 2014 to bring in that building permit. And we've never really done a definitive study on that. And when Brian and I were talking in preparation for this meeting, we said we really absolutely need to do that. We need to look at every site plan we approve. When did the building permit come in? So we have a little better handle on this. But clearly it appears to be a 2, 3, 4 year lag between banner building years and banner planning years. But that's something we want to get a better handle on, and I think we can try to do that for you as soon as possible.
Hey, Lance, just to put another note on that, the next 3 years after the building permit comes in is what we're seeing as the 3 years of construction of many of these homes that take an average of about 2.8 years to complete. So our job isn't done when a building permit or application walks in the door and it's in that year. Brian's folks are out there inspecting that for another 2.8 years. So that's something we're trying to do a better job of understanding as far as where our funding comes in, at what point, yet what our obligation is to still give the service and inspection to that property throughout another almost 3 years. So, really we're looking at kind of a 9-year process.
Yeah, for sure. A site plan approval will be in the work system for us for 6 or 7 years. Is what it really amounts to, for sure. And that is something we want to have a little more systematic way to explain to you, and we'll work on that. But the other big thing that is going on, and I'll let Cindy talk a little bit about, is the updating of the master plans. That's something that Cindy and Ellen have been working very hard on for the last 1.5 years, and we'll be continuing to work on through the spring. But we have active caucus master plan revisions going on now in 3 or 4 of our caucus areas. And in fact, tonight they're having, the Planning and Zoning Commission will be meeting, having work sessions on 2 of those plans that the caucuses have completed, and they'll come forth for planning and zoning review. I don't know.
Yeah, I just had a question. We were talking about permits and all that. Do we still, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we have like building permits that were sitting on the shelf? They'd been approved, people just hadn't pulled them and hadn't paid their fees. Has that declined? We had quite a significant amount at one point, as I remember.
Definitely.
Did they kind of kick in for more of the building season, so we're not they're not collecting dust or expiring in some cases?
We've moved most of those off the shelf, and there's been a cycling inventory of about 40 permits all this year. In fact, we peaked at about 80 in-house during that time, midsummer, that were waiting to go out. But most of those have rotated out. There's a new batch in, though, of course, to be looked at.
That shelf's never empty.
No, never,
Yeah.
never empties. But
Okay, thanks.
they have reduced.
Then the other thing on that is, though, people are not letting permits expire.
No.
During the recession, that's what was
That was
happening, Patty.
happening.
People would submit their building permit.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
They couldn't get financing, they didn't have a buyer, permits died on the shelf. Now, we're getting lots and lots of pressure to get those permits out.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's letting anything die on the vine right now.
Rachel?
We did also actually extend the life of some of those during that recessionary period to accommodate the
Two years.
downtown. Two things. One is that it sounds like you're describing a process that you need to start transitioning to, where there is a reserve balance held from some of those initial fees for future work.
Yes.
And I think that that really would make sense as being, some line items or a section of your budget, that these are fees that came in, but because it's going to pay for work in 2 years or 4 years out, it's being used as a reserve. Now, I know you can't make that transition instantaneously, or it leaves a big budget gap, but I think we should start working on a plan of how we can do that. The second is more of an observational question. We just finished talking about our new facility, significant building, a lot of inspections you'll have to do on that, things like that. But it had seemingly such a much shorter timeline than many of our single-family homes. And I know that might be different finished levels of work or whatever, but are we really timelining enough time to finish our new facilities project?
That's a good question.
Yeah, maybe I'll take that. So
And do you have a microphone, John? At that level?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do, thank you. So we have begun our initial discussions with a contract manager, general contractor, that is currently working on one of our projects, the library. We're anticipating right now working with FCI. And so we've been running our proposed project plan by them. From the construction perspective, they think that this is an achievable timeline. The question is really going to be the approvals that are necessary and such, and working with the city of Aspen. And so I think there is a big difference in the type of finish levels and craftsmanship that will go into a public facility than maybe are going into some of the homes that are taking this long to complete.
Thank you.
And to tag on to that, I think a lot of times the decision-making process is a lot different for a homeowner who's trying to build their dream house, and how they scrutinize things differently than someone trying to build a facility. So.
We would probably not have nearly as many change orders from
Mostly.
the county as from
We
a
actually better
homeowner.
The observation when you talk to the contractors and go on site with these big homes is the mind of the owner gets changed so much during the process in terms of what they would like to see in the end. And we're not going to do that because we know what we're doing.
And we know what we can afford.
That's right. That's true too.
Thank you.
Were you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, just a little more on the master plans. Lance alluded to the fact that we do have a P&Z meeting tonight to start reviewing. What we've decided to do with the rural master plans is to do an initial review with the Planning and Zoning Commission on all of the plans, and then bring them all back together for an adoption, so that we understand that we're consistent amongst those rural plans in meeting the Board of County Commissioners' policies out of the land use code. And we want to also give them another chance, in addition to our roundtable discussions with the caucuses, to see if they want to take from anyone else's plans, add or delete anything out of plans. But the caucus groups has been amazing, working really hard. Typically a handful of people out of each caucus just doing a great job updating their master plans. We're seeing a lot of the same themes and consistency. with the policies of Pitkin County as far as environmental conditions, transportation, housing, and really look forward to tonight to looking at the Woody Creek Master Plan and the Frying Pan Master Plan with those caucus groups. But just another little side note on the facilities, we were scrambling even this time of year to try to find a place to hold our meeting for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So thank you to ACES for getting us in tonight. But just, so the public is aware when we have a lot going on, these facilities are just so important to all of our volunteer boards that meet on a regular basis. So. That was a big one. I was kind of holding my breath as I thought we were going to have to be in my office. So we were having a little concern over that one. But to move on with us now on the Environmental Health Department, we have, as you see, continued to do the on-site wastewater treatment system, looking at our use permits, which are providing such a better quality for water quality in our valley now that we have the use permits to really follow up and monitor what on-site wastewater treatment systems are actually, how they're performing in the valley. When a property is sold, you have to have had an inspection within a year. So we're really on top of the wastewater system a lot more than we used to be 5 years ago. Also,
Cindy, at some point, can we get an actual number of bad units that were identified and had to take corrective action, that sort of thing?
There were 72 use permits in 2014, and I think we said 30% of those were actually needing
Repair or maintenance of some sort.
Yeah.
Good, very good, that's nice to know.
Right. Reviewing natural resource issues with Pitkin County continues. Kurt's worked hard on trying to keep up with the PM10 measures. He's taken over the monitoring for the state of in Pitkin County for the PM10 measurements. As you know, Kurt's been playing a big role, and his office has been playing a big role in our odor issues with our marijuana licensing and infused product, wastewater, fuel spills. They continue in environmental health to do the customer service protection and consumer protection. 85% of the of contracts have been, our contacts have been completed so far this year, which means that we are holding up to our state obligation for reviewing the restaurants in our area. The Environmental Health Department also, Kurt just wrote me an email. A text on, that was right about the 30%. I got it right. Thank you, Kurt, I got it right. I love this.
It's been elevated.
So, let's see where we are. Mosquito surveillance. Also, Kurt plays a big role with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Education, continuing to work with us on our gray water protection measures that are in the state legislature right now, and having a look, which we think will be heavily used in Pitkin County in some of our remote areas, and also help a lot with our water issues down the road. Let's see, I'll jump around a little bit, but I think I've mainly covered it. Kurt will let me know if I haven't.
I forget where we left this with the odor mitigation with High Country Farms. Was that going to be in your budget, or how was that going to be handled? I forget.
I believe that the applicant will pay. It'll be a pass-through type of a payment where we will review a third party's odor review of the facility, and then it'll be a pass-through payment. The county and the public will not pick up that cost. It'll be borne by the applicant.
Okay, but as long as we're on that topic, so who was going to hire that person, and when was that going to happen?
Boy, do you remember the specifics? I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, I just
remember.
sort of get back to me on that. I just don't want to sort of forget that part of it.
No, we think that was a very important condition. That
Yeah,
was put
right.
in there.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Let's see.
The building.
All right.
Cindy, to talk a little bit more about the Environmental Health Department. I know that Kurt's very active with the other people from other counties around the state on, you know, a variety of issues. So it's really good to have him being active on a statewide level.
That's great.
Can I ask, and I'm so sorry I don't know this, but who's the other environmental health person?
Oh, Brian Dougherty, who does mainly the
I know Brian.
inspections for the restaurants. Although he is totally qualified and does, you know, work with Kurt on the on-site wastewater treatment systems. And they do I don't know how much work exactly you would say is in the field versus in the office, but you'll see later that we are asking for another vehicle for
Right, we saw that.
environmental health, but they're both out in the field so much, inspecting restaurants, inspecting on-site wastewater treatment.
And he does
systems.
Superfund, doesn't he?
Pardon me?
Is he the guy that's kind of overseeing Superfund, or is Tom that back in Tom's ballpark
Tom's
again?
back, helping us with that and really working closely with Kurt.
Okay.
And that's paid through, you won't see that here because that's paid through the Superfund site.
Right, we saw that in the earlier budget stuff. I just forgot that Brian was in there, and I'm like, oh, God, couldn't just put my finger on that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm to blame for Kurt's injury because he was on my volleyball team. So.
I was gonna say, I just went up to Grizzly and he was walking fine.
So moving on to the goals for 2016, of course, my number one goal is just to keep up with the permits and the inspection volume because it's going to be probably just as busy next year as it's been the last 3. So, but then moving in, we definitely have on the table the 2015 code adoption, which I wanted to accomplish early in 2016. And now we don't know whether that's going to push further into 16 or maybe into 17. But historically, we've kind of always been 2 years into a code cycle before we really get it on the table. I was just kind of trying to push it a little bit to get it on that earlier timetable. But in that, I hope to stick as close to off the shelf as possible with the body of the I-codes. I think that in the life safety realm and the building realm, those books are pretty much spot on, and I don't hope to do too many amendments there, so I can focus my attention on the energy code side of things with the adoption. We do have some local amendments we'll have to put in there that have to do with mechanical access because we only have 5-6 crawl spaces and some other oddities that are local amendments. But for the most part, I hope to bring the I-codes to you as complete as possible. And then moving into the energy specific things, it's kind of a 3-pronged thing in our area, the way we do it. It's energy, it's the efficient building, sustainability, and it's REMP right now. And we have that 3-pronged approach to the total environmental impact side of building. And so we want to do in-house, we want to do the adoption of the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code, which is the upgrade to the 2009 that we're on now. What I'll do is probably do like I've done in the past, is bring a presentation to the board in a work session of a comparison from 9 and the major differences to 15 and how that's going to impact the building environment. And then we'll do some public outreach, and we could possibly just adopt that as part of the I-code adoption, and then do addendums, amendments, or whatever we want to do above and beyond the I-codes once we've met with consultants. We're going to be doing that kind of at the same time. It'll be kind of a concurrent phasing. We'll be doing that in-house work, which we've already started last year, or this year, 2015. I'm jumping ahead because of the 16 thing. And working with the consultants on getting everything on a continuum from just adopting the 2015 to what net zero looks like, and maybe bring all those options in a matrix to the board and let us kind of look and see where we kind of fit on that continuum. So, and then
Rachel? Well, before we move forward, I agree with that entirely, and I just want to make sure, are we also working with our overall partners in this goal of, Snowmass Village and Aspen? So to the extent possible, the codes adopted are similar, as builders move back and forth between one jurisdiction to another. And then also, I'd say naturally with partners like CORE, who should be resources for us for those potential additions or upgrades to the international code.
Definitely.
Yeah, we have a grant from Corps to be working on this, and also a lot of help in terms of some of the consulting that goes into taking a look at the overall project. We have, there's a few jurisdictions locally that are a little bit ahead of us in terms of adoption of their versions. Carbondale adopted the green building codes, and so Brian's been working with them on their pros and cons of their experiences with that. I think that we also are going to take a look at they're looking at an integrated code with building and planning. So to pull some of that up in the front, siting, solar access, all that kind of thing, up in the planning world before you even get to a building code. So we're looking at a lot of those things, and we also know, I learned a lot, I guess, from just attending a couple of the design conference, design conference ideas on California being so far ahead of us in terms of the energy codes. So we did tap into someone briefly who unfortunately was too busy to work with us, but she gave us a lot of heads up on some measures that California's taking. So I think we are trying to do that and pull that together. As far as working with Aspen and Town of Snow West Village, that's just going to have to come together, I think, as we move along.
Yeah, definitely. Have been in contact with Stephen and with Mike Matheny and Dennis over in the city about talking about trying to stay as coordinated, and that's kind of why we're looking kind of at the approach of off the shelf with the building code to begin with, because it just kind of keeps some consistency throughout the valley, that you know if you're building per the IRC, there's not that many amendments to what you're going to have to do. But I have been touching base with some of my colleagues, and it's interesting because we've been talking about revamping and updating our codes for a while, but some of the people were handing me things that were just reconstituted versions of what we're already doing. So we are a little bit ahead of the curve coming out of the gate, so it's hard. So we're actually going outside this valley to look for consultants. I've contacted someone up in Boulder County who's been on the Governor's Energy Board and done a lot of work with the Boulder's energy code up there, and he did a lot of study in the mountain climates. He did a lot of studies in Canadian climates, and so he's going to be kind of helping me kind of gear a better code to this area and this environment than something that's just off the shelf. So
I think that there's been one comment that we've kind of heard, in the sidelines and coming up more to the surface, and it's during the rent grants, is that, our code is getting so stronger that so much of this is automatic. And does REMP need to be tightened down? Does it need to, the actual energy budget, or does it need to deal, as Jack Hadfield used to point, how much more electricity is being used internally in homes now for all these different systems? And, is it too easy to achieve? And should we have that stricter, which then, of course, is, they're all integrated. And so I look forward to that day that we talk about tightening down REMP.
I'm going back to the beginning, too. I'm going back to someone who was part of the original development with the city of Aspen of the actual REMP program and the calculator that we use currently, and some of the developmental stuff, because I want to learn the inside and dissect it a little bit to learn what it was intended to do up front. And then we're going to work together to hopefully come up with a few. I've had a few of those bright ideas of trying to get to that total REMP BTU budget for a piece of property, and some of the ideas that have been given us through the board. I'm going to look and try to bring forward to you a lot of that stuff in a package, and we can look at each one of those options and the impacts, because a lot of times these things sound great as far as a conceptual idea, but when you look at the impacts, we really have to kind of break that down and discuss the true impacts of moving forward into some of those things. So.
Thank you.
As far as the planning, you'll see we put some money in for 2 years, 2016 and 2017, to deal with updates to the land use code. What I still call the new code is, right, 10 years ago, right now, we were wrapping that up. We were having our final meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission and some work sessions with the Board of County Commissioners, and that was adopted in June of 2006, which 10 years will be this summer. And you know, since every 2 weeks we're in front of you, that there are lots of issues that come up that we know we'd like to change. And frankly, Mike and Suzanne and I have not been able to keep up with the amendments that are necessary. So we put some money in for some consultant help over 2 years. And whether that involves another new code or whether that is just going to be a systematic system of getting amendments forward, we haven't really decided yet. But believe me, trust me, all of those things that you guys say, we have the list. We have not forgotten any of those things when it comes up. We should look at this, or we should look at this, because we agree. We just have not had the time, and I think by putting some money in the next 2 years, we'll be able to get some help and get some of those things back to you. And there's a lot that we want to do, as even though we thought 10 years ago we had the model code, things change. And there is some money also in there for some master planning help, and Cindy, you can speak to that.
You want to ask?
Yeah,
your
just real quick.
questions?
You know, Lance, my goal in my work as a county commissioner is to revise land use code 3 times. So you're working on it for me. I truly appreciate that.
On those land use codes, on the list that you have that we sort of keep on adding to it, are you prioritizing that as well? Because in the past, I think we've missed some opportunities by not prioritizing. What comes to mind is the TDRs. Had we done that earlier, we probably wouldn't have given away so many TDRs on one particular parcel. So are there issues that should be prioritized to make sure? So for example, at our last regular meeting, we had a application, or at least an update on special events, right? So that's sort of my question. Using
Yeah,
those
you know,
examples.
we do, but when we're in front of the board with an issue, they all seem like priorities to all of us.
Yeah.
And there's no question, but there are some that are more important than others, and special events, since that just came up last time, it was an issue. Yeah, that's something that we will start working on and not wait for consultant. Just like with the TDR issue going from 20 acres to 35 acres, that was a priority, so we did that and got that taken care of. And those are the ones we do get back to you, the ones that we see as priorities.
Just to fold in the master plans as part of the update to the code, that's what happens. We update the master plans, and then hopefully those get translated into implementation action items within the code. So if a community, one of the caucus groups says they're interested in looking at square footage, or they're interested in looking at a setback issue, or anything that might come up under a zoning scenario, then we bring that forward in the land use code update. And we try to consolidate all of those rural areas and then the urban area together. And we had updated the 2006 code based on those master plans. So it's perfect timing. I'm calling it a code refresh, because I think a lot of the things we're seeing are the same. We just have an opportunity to update them to a certain extent. So there's some, mostly we're doing the master plans with the caucus groups and doing those in-house, but there are a few areas of the county where that don't have caucus groups, and that we'll probably want to hire a consultant and then hopefully coordinate with those surrounding communities, like Basalt, like Snowmass, Brush Creek, and the area in the Basalt area that hasn't really been updated by a caucus group for years and years and years. So there's sort of a gap in our update of the master plans. So, all right. Environmental health, noise and gray water ordinances. They're coming up. We have been working with a consultant on our noise ordinance. It seems like forever, but it's something that's kind of a hard thing to get a handle on. And then the gray water adoption will be coming your way this year. The fees that I know Rachel's been looking at really hard. We have those on our radar with with Connie and John as far as, you know, when we might actually be able to get some additional help in environmental health based on some loosening to allow communities to request more fees that are regulated by the state. So that'll be down the road, I think in 2 years. I think we started to project, hopefully having some of those. Let's see. We are also looking at amending the fireplace regulations in the county and creating a water quality program for the managers group out of the Colorado Environmental Health Department, and just a number of potential projects that we are also asking for an intern in environmental health this summer. And we've always felt like we had a gap because we didn't have a lot of the on-site wastewater treatment systems actually GPSed data. So we want to do that. We want to get our files better so that we know exactly where some of these systems are way out in the rural parts of the county at a more mappable scale so that we can look at water quality issues. And then we're looking at some FDA program standard changes. And we're looking at working with the city on some truck emission standards throughout this next year. So, yeah, here we are with the prepare cost study and proposed new fee structure. We've, thanks to John and Debbie Nelson, John Redmond and Debbie Nelson, we have now some basis, some information that we want to bring forward to you about community development and our fee structure. And we're working a little bit more behind the scenes before we bring that to you in a work session coming up here. Hopefully not in the too distant future, because we want to tie it into your budget for this year in terms of looking at our fees. But you had asked us to come back and really base that on a cost study rather than just look at a percentage increase. Staffing changes, there we are. Summer interns, community development, we have had a summer intern for the past, I think, 3 years. And it's just been invaluable to getting our work done when we are really, really, really busy. We've been really lucky in 2 of those years to actually have engineering students who are very aware of what we need in the field from an engineering perspective, working with our land use engineer, going out to the sites, helping get those permits for construction management and some of the other just site plan review done more quickly so we can get those permits out the door. So that's been invaluable. And then, as I said earlier, environmental health has a whole list of things for a summer intern to do, probably through a public health type of intern. And then what we've also wanted to do is create more of a sustainable operation. And we found that when we are busy like we are busy, we have a need for environmental health, an additional environmental health specialist, as well as a building inspector / plans examiner. This comes up every year. It just comes up every year. We know that we're not going to get these this year in our requests. We just want to put them out there as a request that we are thinking we have to come to you and build that argument through our budget, through our fee structure, and have that discussion with you. So we're just giving you a heads up that what we're trying to do in our fee structure coming up is looking at all those things that we are missing today and how much more that would cost us. Right now, the information we have is that, over a 10-year period, if you really even out the lows and the highs, even including long-range planning, we're not that over our budget and our expenses. So we have a lot of adjustments that we want to make to look to the future, and we just need to work with you on that and see what is acceptable to you. So, These are the specifics that we're asking for, one-time projects over the next 2 years. We figure the land use code, working with consultant. A theme on all of these is basically that each one of our departments is so busy just putting the work out that we do. When we look at applications for planning, or we look at applications for building, or we look at the reviews involved with the on-site wastewater treatment system or a restaurant inspection, we are an organization, we're a department that we're fitted to do that work. When we add additional work on, such as updating the codes, or updating the land use code, updating the IBCs, trying to do additional work on the energy code, trying to do additional planning work, we need some help. And so these are the requests for some additional outside consultant help to get that done, rather than trying to gear up with additional positions. So $50,000 over the next 2 years for the land use code adoption, and then $10,000 in 2016 and $25,000 in 2017 for our long-range planning, master plans, and then $35,000 in building, while Brian is working a lot on the internal part of managing and getting our energy code and our IBCs up to speed, trying to backfill a little bit with our safe build type of contract to get the work out. Because Brian oftentimes is out in the field. Yesterday I was going, where is blah, 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 and he's like, I've got to run out and do inspections. So that's the type of thing, we just need some more basically backup support. And then as I mentioned, a vehicle for environmental health.
Sure. So on your summer intern request, John, we're going to look to get another candidate for the Best and Brightest program, and if so, would that compensate for the need for a summer intern, or?
I just think Kara should be ours.
Yeah,
Cindy's
been trying to
we think she should be
But we're going to but we're going to be
Yeah.
looking for a 2016.
So right now, really, community development has been kind of scratching in other parts of their budget to bring on a summer intern to help with the engineering side, and that's something that's been happening but hasn't necessarily been formally recognized as an ongoing kind of program. The environmental health is pretty specialized also, and so because the interns that ComDev is looking for are they're specialized in a technical field, whether it be engineering or, I'd imagine with the environmental health, and Kurt will text us if I'm wrong, I'm sure, that what they'll be looking for is somebody with a background in either chemistry or biology to support, or GIS if that's the technical aspect that they're going to be looking for to support that. The Best and Brightest internship program is more about bringing on a generalist to work on broader kind of business process or general management issues. It's possible. We were lucky this year in that we found, or in the past 2 years, we found somebody who had both a master's in planning and a master's in public administration with a GIS background. So they brought some of those technical skills and such. We may not have that luck in the future if we bring one on in 2017-18. But what we found is departments, whether it be community development or human services, all the department, human resources that have leveraged our interns, the Best and Brightest intern, it's really been to leverage those generalist skills and do overall kind of analysis and business process work. It's a long answer, but yeah.
So I'd like to point out and call your attention to the budget profiles. On the website under the agenda, there is a separate attachment that you can go into to see the budget profiles. It's in your budget binder. I believe it's under the third tab.
It's in the very beginning.
Just to show you this very quickly, as we're going through our budget presentations, we will present the 2016 budgets and 5-year plans to you on a fund level. So today we showed you the budget and 5-year plan for the solid waste center and for open space. These are separate funds, but for community development and other general fund areas, we won't show you a detailed budget and 5-year plan just for that department. However, in the budget profiles, we do have a little bit more specific information that you can find to see more details in the budget areas. So just scrolling down here quickly, we have community development, and some of the profiles are quite interesting because it gives you a better, more complete picture of what the different departments are planning, what they're doing, what the different functions within the departments are. But then at the end of each section, you will find an expenditure chart showing the breakdown over the last 3 years, 2014 actual expenditures, 2015 original budget, and then the 2016 proposed budget on a department by department level, so that if you want to see more detail, we have it there in your backup materials. But when we're approving our budgets, we do approve them on a fund level, so that's what we'll be presenting in the budget presentations for you. So that's just a side note so that you know where to go if you have more specific questions.
So that's why we didn't get a little green thing in the corner of the saying decision needed.
Correct. So we'll be coming back on the overall fund, but it's important, and this is a change this year, that we have this information organized this way for you. So we can certainly go back into the budget profiles if the board has any questions about the overall budget for community development, really what we've highlighted or what's changed from the previous year.
Yeah, I was reading through some of those. I didn't have time to read through all of them, but it's very, very informative.
Actually read them all, highlighted them all, and made notes, so.
We'll get a visit.
Yeah, don't worry, I got comments coming.
So does the board have any other questions for community development?
No, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our last success factor for today's meeting is ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. And we have Tom Ogan to present the transit sales and use tax budget.
Can I ask a quick question before we get started? So is this what we just recently voted on at the OTC? Okay, and so we need to vote on this, we need to do an approval here as well independently, even though we voted as a board at the OTC?
I would say no, this is more informational, but
okay.
yeah, it's going to be included as part of your total budget adoption.
Okay.
Because it is a county budget, even though we have Aspen and Snowmass at the table for the elected officials transit committee.
And you need their approval as well as your approval of this budget. And that's what you accomplished 2 weeks ago at the EOTC meeting. So, yeah, I wasn't going to go through this in detail.
Okay.
I was going to ask if you have
Great,
questions. One thing I would point out, though, which is more in the budget narrative that Connie just described, is that this is only part of the county's transit funding. The county, this represents 0.5% sales and use tax, which is under the control of the elected officials transit committee. And in addition to that, there is a full 1% county transit sales tax. And the collections of that by voter approval are all distributed to RAFTA, the city of Aspen, and Snowmass Village for their transit services. So you don't really ever see that, but that's 2/3 of the transit funding. And then of the 0.5% sales tax, as you're aware, 84% of that is already dedicated to RAFTA. So what you're really left with is 16% of the 0.5% sales tax and the full 0.5% use tax proceeds. And that's about $2.3 million after paying RAFTA. That's what's left for the EOTC to spend.
So, one other question. So the 1% that was voter approved for transit that we distribute to Aspen and to Snowmass for their in-town routes?
Yes.
And so if they want to add a route, they would have to either come up with some other funding from their general fund, or they would have to reallocate the dollars that we give them?
Yeah, that's in both Aspen and Snowmass's budget. This transit sales tax from the county is only part of a portion, makes up a portion of their transit funding. So they do have other supplemental funds that they use to provide that service.
And so this is slightly off topic, but as long as you're here, if there was a request that we saw from a constituent asking whether we can provide, or actually they actually asked RAFTA, but they weren't quite correct in that, if we could provide service for the Red Mountain residents, that is outside the city, it's in the county, but would we be able to try to make a request either through the city to look at expanding an in-town route to include Red Mountain, or
I think
no other funding for that?
I think that request most appropriately would probably go to RAFTA, because the city doesn't really have any funding for Red Mountain. RAFTA gets all of the unincorporated area, if you will, funding from PitkinCounty to provide service in the county. That's part of the 1% transit sales tax that's
and then they would
dedicated
probably,
to
then they
RAFTA.
would contract probably the city through their transit system to
Actually,
add that route?
the city contracts with
RAFTA
RAFTA
to add that
to
route.
provide
Okay.
all their service, so ultimately you need to get to RAFTA, yeah.
All right, thanks.
That's a question I have for open discussion. Sorry, but
Well, that's
about Red
fine.
Mountain.
That was going to be a lot of my answer to that.
Well, then, we're way ahead of the game on that one. I have some other questions, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I think it's a EOTC transportation conversation as much as anything, and to RAFTA, through RAFTA, but I do know the city has not had enough funds to continue the crosstown shuttle in the summer. And that's something they had done for many, many years, and now it's winter only for skiers because it helps with ski boots and things like that. But they don't run that crosstown shuttle all the time, and they have cut back numerous city routes to the detriment, I would say, of city residents' usage, and maybe even the nightlife in Aspen, people not being able to get home, don't go out. But the city had to ask for an additional half penny of lodging tax. The first lodging tax that passed was half to support RAFTA and half to support the ACRA, because when we went to the RTA, they would not have enough money to even deliver the basic services they've been delivering. So, yeah, I think you can always request, but it's not as if they have a reserve fund of any real sort. And, I think it'd be worth looking at as a broader, what else do we need to do with transportation? But I'd rather not look at them as piecemeal type of requests. And I've been further removed from it for a while to really know the dial-a-ride program on Mountain Valley and whether.
The regular service.
I know, but there used to be $1 fee with that, and they might have just plain eliminated it that.
They do run the crosstown shuttle this summers because it's on my walk, and they go by me all the time. They did this summer.
They do the crosstown, but they don't do the Colleen Street shuttle. That used to do the Hunter Creek Centennial.
You said crosstown shuttle, they stopped.
Yeah, anyhow,
But anyway.
I'm just saying they haven't had enough money for all their routes to continue them as long a season and as fully as they'd like. And so you can always ask, but that's been
Bigger discussion.
more cutbacks than increasing of service.
So this is a decision-making?
So, Tom,
Keeping
the 16% of the half-cent sales tax, we get that money, then what happens to the money when we get it?
Basically, we hold it until you spend it.
Until there's a transit-related project, is it earmarked for transit? Or
Yeah.
can
Yeah,
it
the
go to-
remainder is part of your elected
Yeah.
officials' transit committee funding. So that's part of that 2.3 million annually that's available for you to spend. And, I mean, a chunk of that you've
going
sort
to
of
the
committed
reserve.
long-term as well. Well, part of it goes to the collection costs of the use tax. And a little bit just to the general administration of the fund. The other major line item is the subsidy for the no-fare Aspen Snowmass Woody Creek shuttle. That's $653,000, $621,000. And then there are projects, obviously.
So that would be
as
where
they come up, but the surplus, if it's not spent in the year, is retained into savings funds, as you'll recall. One for transit projects in the greater Aspen area, the other one for projects in the greater Snowmass area. Aspen just tapped their fund from the EOTC for about 5.6 million to fund in part the rehabilitation, or whatever you want to call it, of the rebuilding of Ruby Park Transit Center.
So would our contribution for the ABC underpass have come out of that, or fund?
It did, in part. Some came out of the general fund as well.
Okay.
So I'm okay with the budget as
Yep.
you presented it.
So,
We can
yeah,
move
we
that
already
forward.
gave thumbs up 2 weeks ago, and
Well, happily, we
Ta-da.
then are at the end of what I think will be one of our longer workshops with you on the budget. This was a,
I thought you said that last week.
well, this one was, well, that's true. It could get worse, but this one, I think, really in terms of the major changes that we're proposing for 2016 and the 5-year plan, they're really contained within this core focus area. We did touch on every one of the success factors in the strategic plan, and from here, I guess we should open it up to any other questions or comments or items that the board would like to talk about in this area.
I'll make a comment. You know, you or other staff members will often talk about how grueling budget meetings are, and they're sorry it was so long and everything. But I would just like to say I find it to really be some of the most pleasurable meetings of the year, because it's a great review of what we've gotten done, how we've changed to become more efficient under your management and others' input, and what we're going to do next year. And so I find it very exciting, and I appreciate the hard work that's gone into it.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
that's my feelings about it too. It's like, it's a celebration of what has happened before and looking forward to, more great plans coming up. And I'm just amazed at what you and the staff put together every year, and it's like, we don't have to change a whole lot because the plan is so well laid out and thought out before it even gets to us.
It's true, and it's also an evolving plan, and I think that that's what's really key here. It's trying to match to our goals, so it evolves and changes. I know other communities where the budget is kind of a simple inflationary increase on this, and that's where we go, and we do the same thing year after year, and we are always trying to find ways to do it better and more efficiently. So I really appreciate that.
I have a comment from Mr. Oaken. Yes, Tom, I did understand it really well this time around.
So, let's see, looking at our time, and the weather outside is frightful right now.
I can't tell if it's raining or snowing.
What time do we have to leave to be at the meeting in Basalt?
So they are expecting us at 5 o'clock,
Thanks,
so I think you could probably, 5 actually, I moved
5.
it up because we had a shorter agenda today. They're going to have some food. I think typically what they like to do is spend about a half hour, eating and socializing, and then they they've added a couple of agenda items that they would like to talk about in addition to the kayak park.
Do we have a time frame for this meeting? Because I kind of need to get back up here to not like 10 o'clock at
No,
night.
no, it's not going anywhere near that, because they go into their regular meeting after meeting.
Yeah,
with us.
usually we've been
Or work
out of
session.
there around 6:30, 7.
Oh, okay.
but,
I just didn't
yeah.
know if they were adding things to our already, what we thought was just going to be one solid meeting item.
No, and I'll talk to you about the additions. I think they'll be fairly quick.
So at this point, rather than take a break, I mean, I think we're almost done. If we do the future agendas and open discussion, and then we can take our break and get cranked up to go down to the salt.
Yeah, so I actually have a number of open discussion items, and the only future agenda item I think is kind of a bridge between future agendas and open discussion. So maybe I'll start with that one, and we can roll through some open discussion items. Future agendas, the only real change I have is on December 8th, we'll be adding an airport terminal concept discussion with the board. During open discussion, I was going to give you an update, but if you'd indulge me in just doing that right now, last Thursday, there were 2 meetings. We had the Citizen Input Committee as well as a public meeting to review 4 general kind of thematic concepts for the terminal area and the EA. The goal is ultimately to have the board narrow down to 2 concepts to bring forward in the environmental assessment process for design and consideration. Our design team started off with 4. They ran those both by the Citizen Input Committee. We had roughly 30 members of the Citizen Input Committee present for that discussion. And then there was a public discussion at the Limelight that was open to anyone who wanted to participate. And it looked like we had between 40 and 45 participants. I think we had 45 actually sign up for that public process. And basically there's a presentation on really general design concepts for the terminal area. We got input from both the Citizen Input Committee, which the board appointed, as well as the public. So December 8th, we'll be bringing those back to you. We also have the 4 concepts right now out on PitkinCounty, and we wanted that to be out for I believe our goal is to have it out for at least 3 weeks in order to have the public have an opportunity to review those concepts and provide input through that tool. So we'll bring all that back to the board. Our target right now is December 8th. So that's kind of a combo future agenda and just update. I think it was pretty good attendance at both events for that.
I looked on PitkinCounty and saw the 4 different concept plans, and it was very informative to see, start thinking about ahead of time about what the different ones look like and feel like.
And it's very much at that concept. It's very much like what I like to call our Lego block exercise. Really,
it reminded me of our
facilities.
plaza remodel project
Yeah.
with the Lego blocks.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities in terms of how we're approaching kind of developing concepts through to design. So that's all I had on future agendas right now. I guess one more just to note, we still don't have any items scheduled for that Tuesday meeting the week of Thanksgiving.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. Is there a possibility to move some of the items from our work sessions earlier in November into that month and shorten some of these? So, for example, I'm looking at November 10th, where we start at 9 in the morning for budget, and we continue on for a full day. But during that session, we have our special meeting update with the Department of Human Services and the Public Environmental Health Quarterly as well. So I wonder if there's bits and pieces that we can move into that later date and sort of average these days out a little bit better.
I like giving you these long days.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand that, but, I purposely it's okay. I mean, if I miss the meeting, I miss it, but looking at the agendas, we had really nothing planned for the 24th. I won't be here, so, but I can understand, George, if you want to make the other meetings shorter, I'll just have to miss those other discussions, but.
Yeah, I had a comment along those lines too, not quite the same as George, and, as Michael has said, we all have lives, and occasionally you take vacation week and Thanksgiving's
Yeah,
good
but
week
we
to do
actually
it.
had nothing on the agendas and we still don't for that 24th, so.
I know, and if you look at this, we don't have ones on other agendas further out, but, that doesn't mean it won't be, and we did discuss it, and you agreed that may be the way it has to go. My concern is that we have now so much piled up on December 1st and 2nd, and it's known that both Steve and I won't be here because we'll be at the CCI annual December conference. And, this was prior to your time on the board, but when we set the calendar for this year, I requested, isn't there some way that we could stop scheduling at the same time as the annual conference? And it ends up because of the Christmas schedule being both the regular meeting and a work session. And so especially with the Tuesday, the first being the budget wrap-up, any final comments, any changes, any decisions, that is one I hate to miss. But if that's kind of how it's coming down, it's unfortunate. But I would see balancing again, perhaps a few more of those items backwards onto Tuesday the 24th.
Well, I don't want to miss the budget. That's
Well,
why I planned my trip around the budget. So it's up to you guys. If you want to change it for the conference and to make agendas lighter, I'm sorry, I'd have to miss those.
Yeah, I just don't know if there's any items or not, but we can just give this to John to work out, and we'll do what we can. I mean, again, I asked last year, and someone was like, no, we don't move meetings. So I was like, okay, well, I won't be there then. And I just didn't realize budget would back all the way up into the first week of December that way.
One of the things we could do, although it would be very tight for making changes, is we do have the special meeting scheduled for Tuesday, December 8th.
Yeah.
I anticipate that once we get through our 3 core focus areas, the board will have probably asked questions or given direction, and so the wrap-up meeting is typically a pretty quick review. We have it just in case there's a surprise or we miss something, but we could schedule more time on December 8th to cover kind of wrapping up the budget. And depend on you guys to raise questions, if you have them, or maybe let staff know, even if something is come up for you after these budget workshops prior to then, so we can figure out a way to deal with it. But we could probably cover the wrap-up and initial reading in one.
Yeah. The other alternative would be to go forward with those wrap-up items on the 1st, but still have scheduled time on the 8th to perhaps explain any changes that were serious changes that were made to the members who were missing. And so that way you wouldn't miss it at all, but it wouldn't be a closed deal at that point, and just only come to us the 15th. So I think kind of tag teaming it somewhat between those two. So I'm happy to let the bulk of the work go by, and it is the wrap-up. We'll be here for most of the other meetings with our other 3 members who'll be present, as long as we can kind of get informed as to what we changed, and an opportunity for further discussion if it was something major on the 8th.
And you always have the opportunity to change, make adjustments.
At the last minute, but it's a little, who wants to do that, John?
Yeah.
It changes all the numbers.
We certainly don't,
on
yeah.
all the spreadsheets. And so that would be that. And then I have a kind of real small comment on future agendas. But if you look to like Wednesday, December 2nd, land use items, the first one is review of ANSI floor area. I have no idea what ANSI is, and if that's how it's posted in the agendas for the public, they're going to have no idea what ANSI is. And I just want to, it's bad enough that we have acronyms like IGAs, but people generally know what those mean. It would be important to maybe spell some of these things out as opposed to the shortened names that our staff have given projects.
Okay, and we'll have to, that may be from the applicant, actually.
It may
so,
be, but
yeah.
it just gives the public no idea if they're thinking, is that a neighbor of mine? Is that, maybe the LLC name or something, but, if that's the case, it should have the street address or something when you're talking about floor area exemptions and potential exemptions. So it's just a small catch on my part for transparency.
In terms of the December 1st and 2nd, and the fact that we never, quote unquote, move a meeting, well, we canceled the November 3rd meeting and moved it to Thursday, November 5th.
Yeah.
We
Why
do that,
can't
well, that's
we-
standard history for Election Day.
Well, I know that, but we have CCI winter meeting is always, every year it's the same thing. Why can't we not do the meeting on the Tuesday meeting, just move it to Thursday? Would be the same situation. We could have a full board then.
That's up to the board. I think that discussion took place, and the direction
Yeah.
staff got was not to do it at the time. If the board wants to revisit that, that's your call.
I just
You
don't
can-
want to
you
get us
can
into
change
moving
that.
meetings because somebody else has another meeting, because we've always said that the BOCC meetings are the priority, but
that is the issue. Then someone else has a meeting, well, let's,
Yeah,
what's more
that's true,
important?
except that we don't normally have a regular meeting the first week of any month. Our regular meetings are the second and the fourth Wednesday of a month. And so it's moved to the first week where we could have two in a row, the second and third. But so
It's a broader
so it was
discussion. We should
Yeah, I
have
know,
it.
but I'm saying it was a fairly deliberate, poke in the eye, if you ask me, to say, hey, we've done this, not you, you weren't here, but we've done this way forever. No, we're not going to have two regular meetings in a row in that month. And it could be moved. And we do move all the December meetings, and we move the November meetings because of the holiday season. But
And CCI is regularly scheduled at this time. That's the rub. Staff is a little bit stuck here because we have you guys not agreeing.
And I'm
on
not
it.
asking for the Tuesday to be changed, the first. I just simply said if we could do some wrap-up and have time to review those wrap-up decisions on the 8th, that'd be great.
That's a
Yeah,
good
and
idea.
that's something we
Rachel.
can definitely do.
And I know Michael's not here, but he really protested moving it.
Right.
For whatever
Reason.
personal reason, but.
Yeah, and the second doesn't look like a super full agenda. We've always had a policy, if there's something that you particularly wanted to be able to be there for, we would ask that it be continued to another meeting. So I'm okay letting the regular go forward, but I'll put the same request in as I have before. I'd really like to work on this for 2016 and not have it be, well, that's the way it's going to be, and then we end up at the end, kind of in a hodgepodge. But, did you have other open discussion for us?
I do, yeah. So let's see, covered the airport. We talked a little bit, there was the letter from Red Mountain regarding the bus service. It sounds like there may be some other discussion points on that. That's a request that I think right now would be best forwarded to RAFTA and to have a discussion there. I just wanted to check in if there are other discussion points that the board wanted to have on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand their concerns, but the places that they mentioned where they have parking issues are all places that have parking, like Clark's Market, City Market, Carl's, Miners Building. Only one that didn't was Sandy's, but Sandy does great delivery service. So I understand the problem because it's not an easy walking path up and down Red Mountain. I just have a concern that is it our responsibility to provide transportation for service workers, for people like to have your house cleaned? I mean, they say that their service workers have to have private cars to get to and from their homes. So that's a big expense, and I think we need to look at what the real need is and the numbers, and that should be part of the discussion with RAFTA.
I don't believe I received that letter, and I've been gone for 4 or 5
It was
days. so
emailed, was it?
I did not
It
receive
was an email.
Was it from the
forward-
Red Mountain Homeowners Association or from an
Ridge-
individual?
Ridge of Red Mountain
Ridge of Red
Homeowners.
Mountain,
And so that is one homeowners association
with
within
about
all
80 different
residences.
houses along
Most
there.
of them local. I mean, but
Yeah.
I don't know how many, but.
One issue along that would be, well, how does the service work for Mountain Valley subdivision? How much is it used? I'm wondering if they have a bus dedicated to that that mostly sits there with a driver in it? Or is he driving around all the time, or is he doing other things? If he's sitting there,
It runs a loop, and it comes to the bottom base. It doesn't drive up through the neighborhood. It comes at the bottom. It also services Stillwater. It services the whole length of Cooper Street, the two other affordable housings, the hospital affordable housing on Cooper Street or Highway 82. So it services that whole corridor up and back. And there's no other repetitive service, like at the bottom of the hill, where, except for the Hunter Creek bus comes in from Midland and, or from Park, it comes around the corner, but that's the only. Yeah.
and one thing I've been looking at in terms of transportation for the senior population, which is one of the issues on my committee in Denver we're looking at, and that is, trying to look at different systems. So there are systems, and RAFTA has one to pick up senior citizens and deliver them to different places. It's an on-call system, which RAFTA has that. And in some of the instances, I know some of the homeowners up there, and some of them are, elderly people that they continue living there, but then for them to get in their car and then drive around trying to find a parking place near where they need to go to run an errand is
I don't have a problem with
hard
the senior
for them.
citizens. It's just transporting.
Well, I just think it's a great EOTC topic. There's always
gonna
opportunities
love
to
it.
expand. I know, but there are always opportunities to expand transit. You might hear that Brush Creek Village would love to have a dial-a-ride service, or have the city explain to us more clearly what the full dial-a-ride does, or concerns I've heard from people that if the Woody Creek service was more frequent, more people would use it. So it has to always be weighed with other needs and demands, and bang for the buck. And but it's a topic that we haven't broached. EOTC has not talked about greater future visionary transportation planning in quite a while, and that's because there was the implementation of so many other things. But it's not an isolated topic or an isolated area of need. And I'd love to have the real details from the city on
the other services.
On the other services they do, and the dial-a-ride program. I don't know. They used to have it that if you needed to go up higher because it's so steep, you would pay $1 and they would drive you to home. But I don't know if they do that portion anymore or not. And whether there could be a nexus or a connection with other routes that they do.
Yeah, and I think we need RAFTA at the table to
Know the
I don't
costs.
know what
Have
the
a famous idea
logistics
what the costs
are
are.
and how they can leverage other things that they're already doing, what the costs and fairness issues, which is being raised also.
Yeah.
We're just not in a position to answer that.
I think it's a
Yeah.
bigger discussion, but a
Probably
discussion
could.
we need to have to
Then-
get the
Okay.
answers.
Part of the discussion would be just the availability of parking in Aspen, which is tied to the whole entrance to Aspen issue, and how do we divert so many cars from coming into Aspen, so there might be some parking places available near where people need to go.
Yeah, and it gets big
That's
really
a way
quick.
bigger issue, too.
So what we can do
Yeah,
is
the ownership lot.
forward that.
Parking lot.
So just to check in, what I'm hearing is definitely forward the request to RAFTA and have that discussion through our
Get the
Public Works.
information back.
And then maybe bring it back as an EOTC discussion versus just the county looking at it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a,
Yeah.
did you have more?
I just was gonna, I had two more quick items,
I
sorry.
just have one I don't want to forget.
A couple weeks ago, we talked about some of the challenges with the reliability of Republic, and we saw the
Airlines, yes.
newspaper article. This was the one of United's operators. We have made outreach, and I guess there are folks that probably read the paper, that the reliability has improved now to 100%, but we're still going to stay on that and looking at that service. But it was discussed at ACRA this morning,
good.
and that information came out, so I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Because I'm flying in both directions, so it's not going to fly
Are
Republic.
they still flying with equipment that needs to go around the Continental Divide as opposed to?
I do not know
We
if
should
that's
find
been
that.
updated and if that's part of the reliability
I
improvements
think that's
or
really
not.
important for travelers to know when you're looking
Mhm.
at tight connections in DIA.
Mhm.
And what is the difference between the route time? But if you're booking through United and it says, don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to make your DIA connection because it's only a 35-minute flight, and then you're on a plane that takes a 55-minute flight, you could be just out of luck. And
Yeah.
so that's, I want to make sure we have the timeliness of Republic as well as the flight range.
Yeah, and
Because
so
that's what we were told before, is that they're flying around to Pueblo and back up to DIA, or up around Route County and back down to DIA because of their equipment.
we'll see what we can find out about that.
Yeah, I saw Tim Corrigan, a Routt County Commissioner, the other day, and he was like, why in the heck was one of your planes landing at their airport? He could not understand that, and I explained the situation to him.
Yeah, there you go, on the Wyoming route. Last thing, just real quick, we've been having correspondence with Basalt this week, and so it looks like we're on for the Whitewater, the kayak park discussion. We'll have our consultant down there, and Laura will also be meeting us down there for that discussion. Basalt also would like to talk about their underpass project. I think they're struggling with, it's a high priority for them. They're still struggling with funding and would like to talk to us about that. And if there's time, affordable housing and childcare, just kind of revisiting that discussion that we were on before.
And how many hours do we have?
Well, like I said, I think those other ones are going to be kind of short about keeping it on the radar screen. We'll see where it goes. I was also contacted by ICMA, which is the International City Managers Association, who asked me to present an award. It's becoming every time we meet with them. They have an award for their micro turbine project that they won at the last conference, and they'd like me to present it if we're down in front of the council.
To Basalt tonight?
I'll do that quickly, yeah.
Take your time.
Very well worth it.
Yeah. So that's kind of how that meeting is shaped up, and it's been going back and forth even while we've been sitting here.
Steve, can I?
Patty?
Yeah, I think, George, you brought up the X Games ad, or was it Michael that brought it up? Michael brought it up. Did we hear anything more about them selling tickets for the concert when we haven't really finalized the discussion of times, which I think we did, but.
Yeah, our understanding is they left with the understanding of the timeline commitments are
11
likely to
o'clock.
be placed on the permit, which you guys were very clear about the 11 o'clock during the discussion. It's not unusual sometimes for these larger special events.
Oh, I know,
to get
sell,
out
but I
ahead
just
of
wanted,
the-
I didn't know the time of that
Yeah.
Thursday night, because I don't want them to be selling tickets for midnight and then
think-
have us.
No, all it says, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's starting at 9.
Which is the
concerts
same
are-
time as the other?
It's as the other events, the X game events are ending, so that there's no overlap. And I think that was the same time as last year that
And
they
the other
started
question
up.
I have, it looks like there's, and this is up to the applicant at their own risk, it looks like there's scaffolding going up for cameras and stuff that's going up at the base of Buttermilk. And that's okay, I mean, we don't have a permit issued or any of that, but they can start putting in the infrastructure?
Yeah, that's
Just
more
want to
of
make
a
sure they don't get in trouble.
building permit issue versus
Okay.
the special event is a separate
They can
use
build it, they
issue.
just might not be able to have it.
It's part of the approval that came with the ski area, and so they're able to pursue that
Okay.
type of infrastructure. Doesn't mean they can do the event.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what that was
Yeah.
going up there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
George?
John, there was an outage on Grassroots and CG 11 TV, and was due to running out propane for the Lower Red site. And so they're going to replace that propane, but John Lloyd's or Jeff Pierce's email back to me, he said that there's no way for them to tell how much propane is being used. It seems like I'm on propane at home, and I have a gauge, so I know exactly how much propane I'm using and how much is left when I need to be refilled. So I'm not sure why we can't do that in this case as we go forward.
Yeah, we need to get a gauge on, as you put the tanks in serial, I think it's a more challenging project to get the gauge in place, but that's something that we need to look at. All of these sites are reaching or are beyond their useful life on the infrastructure, and that's what we're wrestling with now. So right now, I think what they're doing is trying to get a helicopter to get the propane tanks up there and estimate how much they're going to need in new tanks to cover the outages when those occur. But
So you're saying that they're not going to be able to do a gauge on these new tanks?
right
at all?
now, I don't think that's part of the project. They don't have somebody to go up there and do that on the serial tanks. And they don't have anyone. The rub is, George, a gauge is only good if you can get somebody up there to check it. And so the gauges that we're talking about that would be helpful would have telemetry so that you can read them on a computer basis. It's not like looking at the analog gauge that you might have on a propane tank.
But even if you look at it just on a quarterly basis, you know when you're getting close to being run out. In fact, they don't even know how much propane gas is left in the tanks that they're removing.
That's correct.
So, you know, I mean, I check my tank on a quarterly basis. I know when it's getting low and I need to call for a refill. I don't
Yeah.
check it on a weekly basis.
So we're looking at that, and it's a challenge right now.
Okay.
I have one open discussion item too. Have we started advertising for the scoping period for the airport EA? And when will that scoping period open up? I mean, I
Well-
know we received the federal grant. I'm not sure the people doing the EA have been selected, but I just kind of wanted to check in on that.
Yeah, and that's actually what's going on with the CIC and such now, and the concepts. That's determining some of the alternatives. But I think what you're talking about is the
Similar
scoping.
to Forest Service announcing their scoping for leasing of an area, so that all the general public can ask their questions that then would get answered in the EA. And that I really believe we need to be as open and as, pushing that out, that this is a deadline. If you have specific questions, it's not a comment period. It's not about I don't want it or I want more, I want less. It's the questions that the public wants to see answered in the scoping. And I felt that when we had our last large major meeting on this, we really were fairly abundantly clear that, well, we're not even starting the scoping yet because we haven't received the grant yet.
Right.
And then once we receive the grant, how are we going to reach out to the public to make sure they know in large ads and as transparent as possible and as involved as possible, more than just airport meetings. This is the address, these are the, submit it in a question form and it'll be answered in the EA. But I think that's just, the more open and aggressively open we are about that section of the process is going to have a lot to do with the credibility of the final product of the EA.
Okay.
I don't want anybody saying, I didn't even know the scoping period opened. When did you advertise it? When did you advertise it as the scoping period, not a new chat?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, are we ready to load up?
Okay, anything else?
Just thank you, Grassroots, for working
Yep.
us
Thank
in
you.
this remote
I hope we
location.
weren't bad on the mics.
So